Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on the DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
You work hard for every dollar.
So it should work just as hard for you, right?
That's the idea behind Dollar General and P&G.
Ooh, Gain, Dawn, Charmin.
Crest, Old Spice, the brands you already trust.
At a price your family deserves.
You'll find them throughout the store.
And here's the part to feel good about.
P&G proudly supports the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and Yellow Glasses.
Those $2 yellow shades up front, every pair funds reading programs for local kids.
Dollar General and P&G.
Value without compromise.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Hey NFL fans, Netflix has can't miss action this season, starting with the league's first ever regular season game in Australia as the Rams take on the 49ers live from Melbourne. Then stick around for Netflix's first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup, a Christmas Day doubleheader, and a Week 18 finale. It's a massive season of NFL action. Watch Rams versus 49ers Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, live on Netflix.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Dom DiTommaso with fan headlines. Pirates at Dodgers tonight, 7:15. Jared Jones gets the start for Pittsburgh. Tarek Skubal gets the start for LA. And you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6 o'clock. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
It's Howard, and he throws that right into traffic there, and it's Andre Cisco who makes the interception, and that is a return that will take the Steelers away from getting any points and set up the Jets. 3rd and 5, a big one now for Howard. Puts that one intended for Roman Wilson. Flags fly, and that is intercepted by Samuel Womack of the Jets.
Both of them were unfortunate, just can't happen. Running a shallow cross and, kind of drift a little bit. And, the safety jumped it. I just got to see in front of that.
Haller, again looking, good coverage down the field. He's being pursued. He throws it down the field, has a receiver there. And it's going to be Lake McCree, the tight end. Did he get his feet down? Yes, he did. And that's the biggest play of the night for the Steelers on offense here.
Yeah, obviously not good enough, not being able to go up and put any points on the board. For me, I think it kind of started early. I just needed to do a better job, especially early in drives, taking what's given. I felt like I passed up a couple opportunities early in drives that either set us back with an incompletion or a sack. That if I just take what's there, even if it's catch tackle, we're not in backed up situations. So I felt like that's where I could help the offense more, and then from there that will help us just play with more flow and rhythm and not always being constantly backed up. So I felt like I I know I could have done a better job of that.
Well, you know it has to be the preseason when the New York Jets intercept not one, but 2 passes in a game. When the New York Jets shut you out in a game, the New York Jets come to your city and beat you around at times in this game. And the Steelers quarterbacks played poor. Austin Bechtel with you, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Intern Dom producing behind the glass. Hello, Dom. Good to see you.
Hi, Austin. How are you?
Well, I was at the game last night.
You were?
I was. I was at the game yesterday in anticipation of today. I wanted a good first-hand view of these quarterbacks so that I could bring that to the show today for 4 hours of radio magic.
Good seats?
Pretty good seats, yeah.
That was parking?
Parking was good.
Where'd you park at? Because that's what I struggle with whenever I go to games.
Now, what I try to do is either I will park downtown or I will park further away from the stadium in the North Shore and then just walk.
You walk?
I will walk.
How far of a walk is that?
That might be like a 15, 20-minute walk.
That's not bad.
15-minute walk.
It's actually not bad at all.
Yeah, you could park at Nova Place.
Right.
Always a very good place to park. We love our friends at Nova Place. Or, because a lot of those places, they're prepaid lots where you have to buy a parking pass.
Sure.
Which a lot of people do, and sometimes there aren't parking passes available. So the T is an option.
I know people that take the T all the time.
Yeah, I kind of just explore the different options sometimes and see which way I want to go down to the game.
And you had to walk back after you saw that performance from Drew Aller last night?
Walk back from that. Yeah, me and my buddy Nick Pouch were at the game. And big shout out, I saw Brett in the South Side at the game yesterday. He is awesome. And Brett even let us hang out with him for a little bit. And he had a really nice setup with where his seats were. It was cool to be able to see Brett, a very frequent 93.7 The Fan caller. He is in one of our PM team promos. How Aaron Rodgers hasn't won a Super Bowl since 2010. That's Brett in the South Side. So I wanted to start the show also with a shout out to Brett. He's an awesome man, and it was great to be able to see him.
Now, did Brett notice you, or
Yes.
did you notice he noticed you?
He did, yes. He saw me hanging out on the rotunda.
Gotcha.
And he came up and said hello. A couple of different people that listen to the show stopped me and said hello.
Really?
Before the game even started, yeah. I talked to 3 people before the game started as I was walking over to the rotunda.
Did you have to hide your face on your way out of the stadium after the performance? That's what if I were you, that's what I would have done.
But I did have some people that saw that I was wearing an Aller Penn State jersey come up to me and said, "Man, Drew Aller is awful today. OH." And I said, "You really have the nerve to say that after the performance that Will Howard just put out there?"
Yeah, nobody can talk after that.
I said, "Seriously, buddy? Like, did you watch Will Howard play?" With like a little laugh at the end.
Yeah.
He was like, "Yeah, he wasn't good." And I was like, "No," and I just walked away.
So you have a Drew Aller Penn State jersey. You don't have a Steelers Drew Aller jersey?
Well, my friend Wiffle Ball Jim gave me a Drew Aller jersey, but Pony and others have already made fun of it because it looks like a DH Gate jersey from China. So they have made fun of me for that jersey.
Kind of did, just a little bit. But who cares, man?
It's a thought that counts.
It's a thought that
Wiffle Ball
counts.
Jim is a very nice man.
Yeah.
And I have a Baldwin Wiffle Ball hat to give his son.
Really?
I need to give him at our championship coming up.
Why don't you give me any gifts? You're getting gifts from everybody. You're giving gifts.
Well,
nobody gives me gifts around here.
He supports us. He supports the league. His son watches our games on YouTube. His son's a young youth baseball player. So I want to give him a hat.
That's
he
nice
watches
of you.
all our games on YouTube, and he likes to show up and watch us play, and they're nice people.
I didn't know your wiffle ball games were on YouTube.
Some of them are. Like the ones that we played in Vermont, I streamed on our YouTube page.
Really?
Yeah, Matt Clement was watching it.
Yeah, oh, great.
I'm not kidding. Matt Clement was watching and would text updates to our me, Joe, Bob, Matt group chat.
No, I'm sure that's what Matt wanted to do on was it a night game, I'm assuming?
I didn't force him to. He watched them under his own volition.
He probably felt obligated. He's a guest on your guys' show.
Joe and Bob certainly didn't feel obligated. We got a text from Bob last night. "I'm sorry, fellas. I wasn't able to get incrinculant or limits into the broadcast last night. There was nothing incrinculant about that game."
That's a good point by Bob.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't play well. And that's the lead. It is the lead. How the quarterbacks performed. Because, look, there are some things that you can take away from preseason. But I think we had to put this disclaimer out there first. You know, the disclaimers that are at the bottom of TV shows or, this is fiction. Don't take it too seriously. And if it's like a crime show, this is made up story or this isn't actually real. Or, You're separating fact from fiction, whatever. And I think we have to be honest with ourselves that we do overreact to preseason sometimes. It happens every single year. We overreacted to Kenny Pickett's 5 touchdowns and 5 different drives. Every drive he went out there, they scored. It was awesome. The Steelers found a franchise quarterback. It's year 2, and he was gone a year later. We've overreacted to other performances that players have had, whether it's good or bad, and that's just our nature. Look, there's 17 regular season games. They'll probably play 1 playoff game, lose again, and it'll be the 10 consecutive years that they don't win a playoff game. But you also get 3 preseason games. It's the only football that we've had since the beginning of January. So people are going to react to it. People are going to make overreactions. People are going to jump to conclusions. It's just natural. We have to get out our strainer and sift through it a little bit and see what is fact and what is fiction. But watching that game yesterday live, watching the reactions that Howard and Aller had, and seeing just how they were being coached up on the sideline constantly by McCarthy and Tom Arth after every single series back on the bench, which is really nice to see after previous years of just a lack of development from Mike Tomlin and his staff, whether it was Artie Smith, whether it was Randy Fiechner or any other offensive coordinators like Matt Canada that waltzed into the building, or if they had a quarterback coach or not. They did not when Mason Rudolph first got here. Watching Will Howard last night, man, I think we know what he is. He is not going to be somebody that you can depend on to be a future franchise quarterback. Some of the easier plays for Will Howard kind of look difficult. I didn't think that he was very good under pressure. Now, he did make 2 or 3 really nice throws. He did. There were good and there were bad parts of both quarterbacks. But don't get me wrong here, neither played great. Drew Aller had 1 really nice throw down the sideline to a man whose first name is Lake. Unique first name. But I was seeing some people on social media criticize him. Oh, well, he waited forever in the pocket, and he could have thrown that as a little bit more of a line drive throw instead of a lofting throw. We're going to overreact to everything in the preseason and hope everything's perfect. But regarding Will Howard, the first interception that Cisco picked off, both intended for Roman Wilson, by the way, the first one was bad. Like, really bad. Like, you and I, before the ball was even out of Will Howard's hand, knew that it was going to be intercepted. I didn't think that Will Howard went through his reads very well. He didn't look off defenders. He didn't do some of the basic things that NFL quarterbacks do on a consistent basis. Now, look, I know last year he missed the entire season, no preseason. This is his first opportunity. But Drew Aller, from just a plays perspective, he's more talented. I think he's better now. And I think this conversation, what we learned last night, is more about Will Howard than anyone else on the entire 90-man roster right now. What trait does Will Howard have that is special? What makes you go, wow? If you're talking about like a 5-tool baseball prospect, like look at Connor Griffin, for example, face of the franchises, players that you build around, it's always your quarterback or your star shortstop, your star center fielder, maybe it's your star third baseman. Let's compare Connor Griffin to the quarterbacks on this roster. Just in terms of the tools, traits, what you need in somebody that could be a franchise icon and a cornerstone for you. Griffin, power, speed, defense, arm strength, hit tool. He has it all. 5-tool player. That's who you build around. Quarterback. What did Ben Roethlisberger do so well? He was shifty in the pocket. The arm strength was incredible. He had a great mind for the game. He could get out of traffic, escape, scramble, run multiple different plays, shake off defenders, pump fakes like it was nobody else's business. Ben Roethlisberger was a true 4 or 5-star type of prospect at quarterback. What is Will Howard as an NFL quarterback prospect? The arm is fine. The accuracy is okay. But it's the football mind. It's the intangibles. He works really hard. He's a really nice guy. I don't doubt that. And that's great. But if those are the first couple of things that comes out of your mouth when talking about a star quarterback, the mind is great, the awareness, loves to study, he's always a grit and grind type of player. Those are some similar things that were said about Kenny Pickett. Those were things that were said about a guy that was a first-round pick and the only quarterback taken in the first round that year. Will Howard was taken in the 6th for a reason. Look, it was not a good day for the Mike McCarthy quarterback school. You know, the 5-star ranking that was given to the McCarthy quarterback school in the first week of the preseason. Yeah, if you're rating a Yelp review, this was probably around a 2, maybe a 1.5 star. Don't know if you're going to come back because there was a hair in your food, or the soup didn't taste very well, or they didn't bring you extra bread with your meal. Wasn't a great showing when you score 0 points against the Jets. The Jets' first-team defense, you didn't do anything. The Jets' backups, Drew Aller really didn't do much. 0 points against the Jets at home after you eviscerated Green Bay in the second half. It was ugly. Like, that game was bad. That was the first time they've been shut out in a preseason game in, I think, a decade. But I just don't see it from Will Howard. You know, sometimes it's just you have it or you don't. And look, he needs more time to develop. You can't make a fully definitive answer on Will Howard off of just 2 preseason games. But my mind, and I think many other people's minds, continue to shift in the direction that this guy just ain't it. And people need to learn to separate, and nobody can do this. And look, I'm a little bit guilty of it too. Like, I won't lie. People kind of need to separate and it's what I mentioned in the beginning of the show. It's we're Ohio State fans. Will Howard's going to work out. We hope Drew Aller fails. Or Penn State people, Drew Aller's going to work it out. It's going to work. Or Pitt people rooting against Drew Aller. Or we want Will Howard to succeed because he beat our rival multiple times. Can we kind of just throw that in the trash? Can we kind of let all that go? I know the answer's no, but can we try? Or can we attempt? If we want to have a logical, everybody, Penn State fans, Pitt fans, Ohio State fans, throw that aside, Steeler fan talk at 412-928-9370. Steelers observers, everyone watching the game, everyone consuming what has taken place over these first couple of preseason games, what is so special about Will Howard? I want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370, because a lot of people are huge Will Howard supporters. And the more football that I watch from him, the first preseason game, he played well. He did. There wasn't anything overly special. There were a couple of plays that I think he probably wanted to have back. And he made a couple of nice throws in the game against the Jets. He did. Stepped up in the pocket, delivered a couple over the middle. There were some nice throws. But I don't see anything other than backup quarterback. I don't see face of the franchise. The arm isn't good enough. There's not a lot of speed there. The footwork is a little choppy. He's not good under pressure. Accuracy could be better. Like, Mike McCarthy's teaching and the coaching that he puts together out there for Howard can only go so far. He was a 6th-round pick for a reason. There's a reason that Tom Brady and like Trent Dilfer are the only 6th-round picks that have ever made anything of themselves. And yes, I'm not calling Trent Dilfer Tom Brady, but there's a reason why there's only one Hall of Fame quarterback that has ever come from the 6th round, or one true franchise quarterback that has ever come from the 6th round. Look, there's not many that come from the 3rd round either. I mean, Russell Wilson, Joe Montana, there's not that many that you can think of off the top of your head that are in a similar boat as Drew Aller. These are 2 wild cards, 2 lottery tickets. Drew Aller's the $20 lottery ticket that you buy, and Will Howard's the $5 one. They're not $1 undrafted scratch-offs like Tony Romo or Brock Purdy is Mr. Irrelevant. But when I watched that game from Will Howard yesterday, and I watched 2 interceptions that were not good interceptions. And yeah, you could blame Roman Wilson for the second one. Wilson did not do a good enough job of staying on his route. But the first one, that was bad. It was not a good decision. It's not a good throw. It didn't have enough oomph on the football. And Will Howard had to make the tackle to make sure it wasn't a pick six. When I watch him play, just the eye test, plus the numbers, like when you look at the numbers, and you look at the box for Howard, 10 to 15, 74 yards, 2 picks, no touchdowns. There's nothing special there. There's no wow there. We'll get into Aller in a little bit, but I mean, when I watched Will Howard, and can we please separate the college part of this? I know we can't. Can we try? He just doesn't have it for me. He doesn't look like a franchise quarterback. He doesn't look like somebody who really just has what it takes. And you could see the frustration. You could hear it in his voice. He talked about it. The interceptions that are so costly for him, he's fighting for a job. He is fighting for a backup spot or the third string spot where he might end up being a healthy scratch again. When he came back and was the third string quarterback last year, off of injury, off IR, everything that happened was Skylar Thompson. He would go through warm-ups, but would never be utilized as the emergency third quarterback. This is what he said on the picks, and I think it's fascinating. He realizes it. The looks on his face when he threw both picks, hands on the helmet, just kind of looking down at the ground. He knew the issues. It's just they continue to spiral on him.
Both of them were unfortunate, just can't happen. Running a shallow cross and, kind of drift a little bit. And, the safety jump did. I just got to see in front of that. There's other little things on the play. Maybe if we get a better pick for the rail route, maybe we can throw that early. And that second one just got undercut and, just got to put it out in front of them. But just things to learn from. And, just performance wasn't up to par. Obviously just the little details. It's a shame because, those were both good drives and I felt like we were moving the ball really well. And, just one of the first things we talk about is protecting the football and, just gotta be better and learn from it. I'm
pretty confident I said it on the air, but I might have just said it to Joe and Bob during the breaks. I thought Howard was going to throw 2 picks last night. Like I thought another game out there. He's going up against starters at first. Like, was he ready? Was he going to be up for the challenge? And no, I think unfortunately the Will Howard that many people were fearful was there. The guy who has potential, but are they going to be able to get it out of him? Can he be consistent enough? Can he take care of the football? I mean, the first interception looked like a pick that he threw in a game at Penn State against Drew Aller that ended up being taken back for a pick 6 to make it a 10-0 game. Now, Ohio State came back and won that game. But that's the first thing that I thought of when Howard threw that pick. It was something that he did in college that has now gone to the NFL. He needs to look off receivers or look off defenders to not tunnel his eyes on one receiver. And that's what he did on that first pick. And experience will help. More reps will help. Game action will help. I just don't think he has it. And there are not good enough traits to make up for a lack of talent and just overall a physical skill set that makes him one of an elite class of 32. 412-928-9370. Let's hear from you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Let's talk to Hammer in Portview. What's going on, Hammer?
Oh, nothing much, guys. I can definitely tell. I'm a Pitt fan, and I can take the college out of the equation. Personally, I don't care where a guy played college ball or anything like that. What really irked me about yesterday, you could have had, I think, Tom Brady in that backfield. That offensive line, I don't think there was going to be any quarterback that looked good with that offensive line the way they played yesterday. So I'm going to give Will Howard the benefit of the doubt on that. Both him and Howard were running for their lives the whole game.
Yeah, the offensive line was not good, like, whatsoever. We're going to get to the line, but Hammer, I don't think it was the offensive line's fault that Howard threw those 2 picks. It's not like he was under significant pressure on both of those plays.
Yeah, I think he was getting gun shy, though. I really do. I said, and he's still young. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He had a good game against Green Bay.
He did.
I'm not going to let this game just whitewash him off the plane. I want to see. I'm going to give for the next game against Buffalo. I do want to see Aller first, and then Howard. If Howard could do the same thing in the second half like he did in that 2-minute drill against Green Bay, I think he's still hope. There's still hopes for him. I'll just say that.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Hammer. I'm not writing off all hopes that Will Howard can't be any bit of an NFL player. Like, I just don't understand what some people see from him just out there on the field that makes you think, okay, this guy has qualities of a franchise guy like Bradshaw had, or like Ben had. Or if you look at some of the modern NFL quarterbacks now, like he doesn't have to be as talented as Josh Allen or as gifted as Patrick Mahomes or as accurate as Joe Burrow. But look at your own division. You're going up against Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. Does anybody feel comfortable with any of these young quarterbacks? I mean, I'll throw Drew Aller in there too. And I already see the text line blowing up. Oh, you're just trash-talking Will Howard because you like Drew Aller. You can't say with a straight face that Will Howard played a good game yesterday. Drew Aller didn't play good too. Will Howard played worse though. And anybody that thinks otherwise is out of their mind and is letting whatever biases that they have take the reins. Howard was not good. Aller was not good. They both made some throws that made you go, okay, there's something there. Aller had the throw of the game. And as Caballi has said on this show before, he will make some throws that make you go, wow. That's the type of guy that can make big-time plays and big-time moments. And the offensive line was not good for Will Howard. It wasn't good for Drew Aller. That's another problem. But as the quarterback, the most important position in all sports, you do have to overcome some adversity too. And if Will Howard plays the second half, how many more picks does he throw? He didn't look comfortable. He didn't look calm in the pocket. Kind of looks skittish. Christy is in Baldwin. What's going on?
Hi, Austin. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Just wanted to say I feel like both quarterbacks played the same. I think you're a little biased towards Aller.
Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, it's not. I don't think it clouds my judgment with Howard.
No, I just feel that Brock Purdy. I can't even hear what you say. All right, I'm sorry, Austin.
All right, you have a good day. 412-928-9370. Christy, I guess, lost the plot there. Lost the point. I don't know. I feel like I know who that was.
Do you know who that was?
I think I do. But I'm not entirely sure.
I think she's just amused by your Drew Aller blindness and got caught off guard by that.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
And then just completely lost her entire train of thought?
Yeah, that's what I think happened.
Paul is in Washington. Paul, what do you got for us today?
City limits, my friend. I think we've got a severe case of Will Howard derangement syndrome.
The derangement syndrome. It's now gone from Pickett's derangement syndrome to Will Howard derangement syndrome.
Well, yes, but Will Howard is what we thought he was. He showed who he was yesterday. Those were 2 horrible interceptions. There was no pressure. He threw late. He doesn't have the arm strength that Drew Aller has. If the immortal Paul in Washington.
Immortal Paul.
Had 4 number 1 draft picks to throw to in Ohio State like he did, I would have won a national championship. This guy ain't got it. He never had it. He never will have it. He won't have it. And there's a reason Mike McCarthy drafted him number 3. Say goodbye to Will, the wannabe thrill. That thrill is gone. Austin, as always, have a good day.
Thank you, Paul. He's got his moment in the sun today. What is a beautiful Saturday. Paul in Washington, not a Will Howard believer. I'm waiting for Johnny the Barber to defend Will Howard. Where is he? Where are all the Will Howard fans? Like, I want to hear from them. Like, is your opinion shifting a little bit? Where are the Drew Aller fans out there? We're going to talk Aller next. Neither quarterback played well. We're going to hear from both quarterbacks. Was that a little bit of a tipping point for you yesterday watching Will Howard play in the first half? It's like, look, let's just call a spade a spade. He wasn't good. And I don't know what it is. I feel like the talk when he was picked, just because, you know, he's a great story. He is somebody who won a national championship, and people watch how great he played in the playoffs, and Ohio State's not that far away. And he's just a good dude, and you want to root for people like that. Like, I'm rooting for Will Howard. I hope he has success. I just have to be honest with what I see with the football acumen. And I just don't think it's there. 412-928-9370. Hit us up on the fan text line as well. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Good thing is, we will have another preseason game on Thursday in Buffalo. And an opportunity to witness the two, Rudolph's not going to play, the two quarterbacks go at it again. And look, if Will Howard goes out there and shines and throws 2 touchdowns on his first 2 drives, he's back in business. But we were supportive, not overly supportive, but supportive of both quarterbacks and the performances that they had last week against Green Bay. We have to be equally as critical, maybe not as critical, but still critical of the performances that were put out there. It was a real game against real defenses. Yes, some people that won't even be on NFL rosters, practice squads, and might be, working odd jobs coming up in 3 weeks. But that's what we have to react to. If we are going to praise Will Howard and Drew Aller for the performances that they had, Aller going 3 for 3, touchdown on all 3 drives in his first preseason game, we have to talk about the struggles and failures of this last one, because it wasn't good. How much blame does Mike McCarthy get for that as well? At 412-928-9370. Love taking your calls on these Saturday shows. We'll dive into all of it and hear from McCarthy, Aller, and Howard coming up next. Austin Bechtold with you. It's a Saturday afternoon on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Dodgers tonight, 7:15. Jared Jones versus Tarek Skubal. Pretty good pitching matchup, and you can listen right here on The Fan and the free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6. Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Receiving Medicaid and Medicare from different companies can feel confusing. PA Health and Wellness Medicare is called WellCare. Manage your care in one place. Visit pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again. The Gator XUV. Built for every kind of workday. Learn more at johndeere.com/Gator XUV. Nothing runs like a deer.
It's the final lap of the summer sales drive. This is your last chance to secure end-of-summer savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Like the new 2026 Outlander, the most affordable 3-row SUV on the market. Backed by Mitsubishi's 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 5-year, 60,000-mile basic limited warranty. Drive yours home today for 0% APR for 72 months.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
No, I mean, I felt really comfortable in the pocket. I felt like I was going through my progressions well, especially early first and second down, and felt good about how I played. But those 2 turnovers will really make it sour, and it's a shame because, like I said, we were driving the ball and we're in the red zone the one time, and we're kind of in the logo gold zone in the other one, and we're making progress. We're getting the ball down there, but we just got to be able to finish. And I felt like. There were some good things out there tonight, but obviously, if you don't win the game, you turn the ball over, that's unacceptable. So, just need to learn from it and be better next week.
That's Will Howard needing to learn from this past performance, as it was good against Green Bay and bad against the Jets. 2 picks, did go 10 of 15, completed, some underneath passes, some out route throws, some easy throws. He made the easy plays look easy, but some of the ball did sail on him a couple of times on a 3rd and long play. Both interceptions came on 3rd down. Those are the money downs. Those are the downs that you need to be your best and perform to a high level, and he did not. Now, Drew Aller, he goes 11 of 23 for 110 yards, had one nice play down the sideline that was a drop in the bucket type of throw, was able to escape the pocket, get away from a defender. It was a nice play, but Aller, he missed some throws. There were some times in the pocket he just did not get rid of the ball. I'll preface this also by saying that the offensive line was bad for both quarterbacks, and that's a major concern. Aller had multiple drops, I think at least 4 drops on balls that should have been caught, 2 on the final drive inside the 30-yard line on plays that should have been made by wide receivers that are not going to be even on practice squads probably this year. So I think both quarterbacks got a little bit unlucky too, but none of them shined. Neither stood out and were reasons why the Steelers were going to come back in the game. They didn't smile in the face of adversity, as Mike Tomlin would say, and overcome problems, overcome issues. And just overall watching that game, Drew Aller didn't do anything to take a major step forward to make people think that he's the franchise guy either. I thought Aller overall took some steps and made some decent plays, but he didn't do anything great either. This is what he said on what was different on that final drive.
Yeah, and I think, it kind of goes back to my first point. It starts with, just taking what's given. I did that early in that drive, even if it was just a check down or a first read in the progression that got us going and got us a first down. And that just opens up the playbook for Coach McCarthy to allow us to go out, and especially in that situation, just tempo calls because of obviously the score in the game and the situation we were in. So it started with the first 2 plays, getting that first down, and then, guys just making plays down the field.
They started moving the ball, but they still didn't score. They still weren't in sync. It never looked like there was a rhythm for the offense. It never seemed like either quarterback truly got onto a roll or felt good about the way that drives were progressing. And they had chances. It's not like it was just run, throw on 3rd down. There were a couple of those, but it's not like it overwhelmed the game. We saw that when Matt Canada was calling plays. I don't think McCarthy called a bad game. I don't think he really coached a good one either. Clearly, they didn't score. There were no points put up on the board. The quarterbacks played poor. Both of them did. There were some things I liked from Aller. There were some plays that needed to be made by other players. And the offensive line performed bad. But quarterbacks got to be able to overcome some of those things. They have to put the team on their back and basically will a team down the field. Ben played with bad O-lines. Joe Burrow has dealt with horrible defenses and bad O-lines. You can only overcome so much, but this is still preseason, and you're supposed to be considered a face of the franchise like quarterback. One of the two. Many fans think that's the case. You think that of one of Howard or Aller, or maybe you were in the camp of 2027 is when the quarterback is actually going to be found. So neither quarterback, I think, lost their job. And Howard, look, there's a report from Jerry Dulac, sources, Steelers planning to keep Howard and Aller on the team on the 53-man roster. What does that say about Mason Rudolph? Is this somebody telling Jerry this to try to bring in a potential bidder for Will Howard or a bidder for Mason Rudolph? Do they feel confident and comfortable enough with what we saw, with what you saw from the quarterbacks to think, okay, Will Howard can be the backup? Because what I saw, he struggled against the Jets. Imagine Will Howard going out there against Baltimore's defense or Cleveland's defense on the road. or going up against Houston later in the season, or Denver if he has to fill in for Aaron Rodgers. So I think there's a reason why they said what they said about Mason Rudolph, and they're as calm and comfortable to saying, no, we got what we got with Mason. We know what we have here. We don't need to play him. He is surely on the team unless Will Howard plays well enough to earn the backup job, and he hasn't. 412-928-9370. Deshaun is in Pittsburgh. What's going on?
What's up, Lemon? I completely agree with everything you said about Will Howard, but I want to just give Drew Aller a little bit more praise because those 11 for 23, he probably could have went 17 for 23.
I agree.
His receivers dropped the ball when it was directly on the money. Like, it happened maybe about 5-6 times. And then the O-line kept collapsing. He also made a couple of nice passes. There was like 2 sideline passes that was directly on the money. So I think Drew Aller played a little bit better than what you give him credit for. Now, they both didn't put no points up, but
right. That's the silver lining.
He played a lot better than Will Howard does.
Yeah, that's the silver lining. When you score no points in a game, and I know it's preseason, and we're not going to be as harshly critical as it is a regular season game. Like if Aaron Rodgers and the offense comes out and lays an egg and scores 3 points or 10 points against Atlanta, it's going to be like the sky is falling in Steelerland. So, we have it tempered down a little bit more. But, yeah, I think and I'm curious, what was your perspective on Will Howard coming into the preseason?
I never was a big Will Howard fan anyways. He was always a 6th-round pick to me. I was a big Drew Aller fan. I was happy when we drafted him. Now, I know he still got ups and downs, but I was way more ecstatic about Drew Aller coming in. So I never really was too high on Will Howard. I do want to ask you something. What do you think about Caleb? I don't want to get sidetracked or nothing, but what do you think about Caleb Johnson? I don't think he looked too bad, but he don't really got no finesse to him. He just hit the hole and then just ran straight into the defender. Like, he could have juked or spinned or gained a couple, 2-3 yards or something, but I just want to know what you think about him, too.
Yeah, he had 10 carries, 39 yards, just along a 5. He averaged about 4 yards per carry. I mean, they gave him the most opportunities of anybody. Like, Lou Nichols got the lion's share of the carries in the second half, and Heidenreich a little bit, too, in the last game. They wanted Caleb Johnson to prove something. I don't think he did. Like, he had a couple of nice runs, but he didn't have
That's what I was saying. It's like he would just hit the hole and then that's it.
Yeah, he didn't have a breakaway run for 15 yards or a huge chain mover for 20 or 25, and he didn't hurdle anybody or make an explosive play that really caught your attention. It was just kind of, your run-of-the-mill run plays that didn't stand out for a third-round pick that they've invested a lot in.
Yeah. Would you cut him?
I mean, at this rate, I'd rather keep him because I don't like giving up opportunities on third-round picks after just a year. But they clearly don't think that he's an NFL player, which is so strange considering he ran for 1,700 yards his senior year and 22 touchdowns. It's strange to think that a player can go from that in college, coming out as a junior at Iowa. And I know that all that Iowa does is run the football. But still, they've produced NFL players there. It's not like that's
I thought he would be. I'm sorry. I thought he would be like a second Derrick Henry, but he has no finesse to him.
No, there's really no burst. And Deshaun, I appreciate the call. Yeah. There's no burst there. There's no explosiveness. He's not good catching the ball out of the backfield. I don't know why. Is it a mentality thing? Is it similar to Roman Wilson? Why is Caleb Johnson not performing whatsoever? Not getting opportunities. He's running as the 5th-string running back at times. At camp. One of our favorites, Matt in Greensburg, is on the fan. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up, Lemons?
Well, Matt, what's your takeaway?
So my takeaway is, let me preface it by saying I was fine with both of the draft picks. I really think we're just arguing about fringe NFL players. And I think if you get I think it's a win if the outcome is a Mason Rudolph that can be serviceable as a backup. I never think you're going to go into a season with one of these two guys and feel okay. I don't think they're ever going to go into a season with them as the QB1. And, next year's class is supposedly loaded. We said that the last couple of years, but
yeah, we did.
Like there is a reason 95% of the quarterbacks in today's game are first round picks. The few that are good, the Hurts, the Tyler Shucks, round 2, Purdy's an outlier. But there's not many, Dak, and everyone else is a first round pick or sucks. So Aller, you could say about the drops. He had 110 yards on 23 dropbacks, like a five yards per attempt. That's terrible. 3 sacks and a half, terrible. I mean, I just don't think we're talking about a guy that wherever, could he come in if Rodgers gets hurt for 2 or 3 weeks? Sure, maybe. But extended time, ever going into a season as QB1, I think you're in a really bad spot if that happens.
Yeah, and Matt, I do want to see what he looks like playing with a semblance of the first team. First team O-line. Let him play with Jeremy Bernard and one of Pittman or Wilson or anybody at this point. Metcalf, get him out there with Freiermuth in Washington, just like they did with Howard in this last game.
I'm a pretty big proponent of. I'm taking shots at quarterback, and I was super shocked, super happy they moved on from Pickett as quickly as they did.
Yeah,
and they took a shot on Howard, they took a shot on Aller. I thought they should have took the shot on Jackson Dart. That's a different discussion, but when you hit on these guys, it changes your franchise's trajectory for a decade. So I'm just keep taking, the Cardinals did it. They missed out, and they literally went back the next year and took Kyler 1-1. Now, it worked for a couple years. That's, he got derailed with injuries and whatnot, but I just think sharp franchises, they're willing to take the bet. And if they're not, hey, we got to wait. We got to see what is, 3, 4, 5, look what Minnesota did. J.J. McCarthy, we're bringing somebody else in. We're not going to wait your entire rookie contract to find out what we already think we know. So we're going to take another shot on another guy and a flyer. And then guess what? Next year, we're going to take another shot on a first-round pick. We're not going to get hamstrung with these guys that I don't need 5 years to see that Kenny Pickett sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you know about a quarterback,
keep taking shots. Keep taking shots. How many fifth-round picks work out? Not many. So take the shot at quarterback. And if it works out, guess what? Now you are playing such in front of the game where you're paying a rookie guy like a 5th-round pick. Now you can build around them. But, if it don't work out, it's a 5th-round pick. Let's move on to the next season.
Well, and that's what happened with Howard. I mean, he's a 6th-round guy where if they determine he's just an NFL lifer as a backup, then that's fine, and he's not their starter. You still have a backup quarterback.
And my point is, next year, say they have the 15th pick, and there's a couple quarterbacks on the board, and they're saying, you know what, we're kind of intrigued with Drew Aller. I just don't think he's ever going to get a shot, right or wrong, because of where he's coming from, 3rd-round pick. Okay, they don't have much invested, and they're going to say, listen, we can build this project, or we're going to take what we think a surefire top 15, top 20 guy right now. And that's how I never think he's going to get the shot. Could he be a QB2 and come in for, like I said, sure. But I don't think we're ever talking about a guy that's leading a franchise unless even if he has a great preseason. I just don't think they're going to give him that shot to the franchise.
Appreciate the call, Matt. It just kind of shows that they still have a lot of developmental time with these quarterbacks. They need it. None of these guys are ready to take the reins. No, they're not. We saw that with the mistakes that Howard made. We saw that with the fact that they broke down Aller to the studs and have basically rebuilt everything with him. They're not ready. Are they ever going to be ready is the question. Are they ever going to be able to take the baton and run with it once Aaron Rodgers retires after this year? Or is it just back to the drawing board? Next year's quarterback class, let's take another. That's 3 consecutive years of taking a quarterback. If you take a flyer on Howard in the 6th round, you're not losing anything. I mean, think about their 6th-round picks this year. I mean, will they keep Gabe Rubio? Look at their 7th-round picks. Will they keep Spears Jennings? Will they keep Eli Heidenreich? Like 6th-round picks get cut. Cullen Holba, a long snapper they picked in the 6th round. Like 6th-round picks, some of them don't stick. 3rd-round picks, they might cut Caleb Johnson after 1 year. It might not work out with Drew Aller. I think it's going to, but he does need a red shirt type of year. And maybe the narrative does change after Buffalo. But sitting here, less than 24 hours after yesterday's game, I wasn't blown away by anything that I saw. I'm not discarding the quarterbacks and throwing them both into the trash and saying, nope, you're done. You're never going to be the guy. But I'm feeling more and more like that with Will Howard every single day. I am. That's just what my eyes are telling me. I just don't know if he's capable. Aller didn't play well, but he didn't turn the ball over. He didn't throw 2 really bad picks. So, and maybe Aller goes out there against Buffalo and he has a similar performance that Howard had against the first-team defense. That's possible. Not ruling that out. I don't think it's going to happen. But I think we're seeing why in camp, many people were saying, yeah, Mason Rudolph versus Will Howard, it's not really a competition. Like, Will Howard is not on the level that Mason Rudolph is in. He is not somebody who is a rising star emerging to become the backup quarterback with starter-level talent and traits. Just not there right now. Can it become that? Possibly. Having pretty much a whole year off last year did not help Will Howard's cause. He's basically a rookie. But the talent, it favors Aller. The traits, they favor Aller. If anything, they're going to throw their eggs into the Drew Aller basket because that's who Mike McCarthy picked. That's who McCarthy, Angelico, Tom Arth have basically decided they want to build around based on the draft capital that they used. And Mike McCarthy saying, well, if it was me as the coach of the Steelers a year before, we would have drafted Will Howard and we would have drafted him earlier than he would have been picked. Do we truly know that? Would have been a 5th? Would have been a 4th? I don't think it would have been as high as where Aller was picked at, 72? Same spot as Mason Rudolph? Dom, where do you come down on this? Like, what did you see yesterday from the quarterbacks? And we truly saw nothing.
Listen, I preached after last week that we can't overreact to preseason games when you and everybody else was making Drew Aller out to be Joe Montana.
I was not making him out to be Joe Montana whatsoever.
You were. It's okay.
He had a good first preseason game.
Listen, you're a Penn State fan. All the Penn State fans love Drew Aller, and this is a fan base desperate for a franchise quarterback. I get it.
Here comes the power of Dom's strong rhetoric.
No, I'm just saying I didn't overreact last week, so I'm not going to re-overact this week. But I will say, I think both quarterbacks showed what I've thought forever now, that neither of them are franchise guys. Will Howard stunk, and I thought Drew Aller played fine. He had the one good throw, which I think was a little bit overrated by everybody.
How was it overrated? It was exactly where it needed to be.
Just a little bit. He just kind of chucked it up. He threw it up in the air, said a prayer, and it just happened to land a little behind the receiver, but he completed it. It was under pressure, off throw. Great, good. I'll give him that. Other than that, 0 points for the entire offense?
Yeah.
So they just showed us neither of them are the guy. And by the way, Austin, help me out, because you're a smart guy. Maybe I'm not, because I'm a little confused. Because everybody told me that Mike McCarthy is this offensive quarterback guru specialist.
Right.
And he had zero points against the Jets, who suck and whose defense sucks. 0 points?
Yeah, no points.
I'm a little confused by that.
Yeah.
A little confused.
Yeah, I was surprised by that too. And that's kind of why in the open I said too, McCarthy, not a good showing. Not a good overall performance. He wasn't drawing up anything to make you believe that, he wanted to show any of the great concepts that he is praised for as a great play designer and putting quarterbacks in great positions. But why not show a couple of those plays? I know it's preseason, you don't want to put stuff on tape, but you want to see what these quarterbacks look like with actual NFL plays and not, everybody goes deep and we give it to the running back on a nice little 5-yard dump off play, a nice little button hook play, or a couple of slants or a couple of out routes. I was looking for a little bit more diversity in the playbook. Now, the Aller scramble, that was just a roll out and find somebody open and just make a nice play. That was the wow play that he made that Howard didn't make. And maybe Roman Wilson is to blame for a little bit of these Howard bad-looking interceptions, but not a golden day for Mike McCarthy either. Up next, we're going to hear from McCarthy, plus more from Drew Aller and Will Howard. But first, here is Joe in Orlando to chime in. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how you doing, Austin?
Good, man.
Let me see if I get this straight, though. The kid that called in that said Kenny Pickett sucked. Then you turn around and talk about Drew Aller and Will, and they're not ready yet, right?
Yep.
That he's got one of the best quarterback guys there are, Mike McCarthy. Kenny Pickett had no one. He had the worst offensive coordinator in the history of the NFL, right? No quarterback coach, no preparation in camp, gets thrown into the fourth game of the year.
Yep.
They get rid of him after they get rid of Matt Canada, and he throws for 300 and some yards when he's let loose. Yet you two determine he sucks, and you're willing to give these other two kids a chance that Kenny didn't. Explain to me that reasoning.
Wait. Say that again, Joe?
Okay, hold on one second. So the kid that said Kenny sucked, he was a few callers ago, right?
Yep.
Okay. So Kenny came in with the worst offensive coordinator in football.
Yep.
No quarterback coach.
Yep.
No preparation in camp.
Yep.
No first-team snaps. Tomlin throws him.
Well, he did have preparation in camp, but he did not have first team.
But he didn't take first-team snaps. All right, let's do it this way. Could we agree that he wasn't prepared to go into the fourth game of the year, Kenny?
I don't think he was.
Okay, so here's the deal. Then they get rid of Canada. Kenny comes in and throws for 300 yards, has a winning record, and you and that other caller said he sucked. But then you compare the two kids they have now who have a quarterback guru in Mike McCarthy, and you're saying they need time to develop and that these kids might be a franchise quarterback.
Well, I never said Will Howard could be a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, he can't. And listen, everybody that called today about the way he throws, he doesn't step up. He throws the ball late. The guys who saying that the receivers didn't break off their routes at the top have no idea what route that receiver was running, okay? That kid from Ohio State, he'll never be a pro quarterback. Drew Aller, on the other hand, he has aspects to him that a little bit remind me of Marino when he was young. But in terms of, I'm more upset, Kenny Pickett didn't get a square shake in Pittsburgh, and he may or may not be great, but he didn't get a square shake, but everybody in Pittsburgh wants to say he sucks.
I mean, he did start, 25-plus games, Joe? Like, that's a decent sample size.
And his record was what, Austin?
I think it was a game or two over 500?
No, he was, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be, but I think he was 16-11, okay? And the other thing people discount, when Matt Canada was let go, the very next game, Kenny threw for over 300 yards. And if you look at what he's done, now I know everybody's going to say, well, he did that in the preseason in Pittsburgh. He lit it up last night. And Kenny stepped up and delivered the ball, okay, and his numbers were great, and he led that team down the thing. Trust me when I tell you, Mike Tomlin let that kid down, and he perhaps killed that kid's career with the way he treated him. And hey, that happens in football, but what irritates me is people in Pittsburgh just want to say Kenny sucked. After watching what he did at Pitt, which is a subpar Division I program, and he brought him back to national prominence, so I've been winning the ACC.
He did. He had a great final year. Did he have a good Pitt career before that final season, Joe?
Overall, he had an average college career, but the thing about Kenny, every year he got progressively better. So what does that mean? The pattern he has as a person and players, he learns from his mistakes. He never had that chance in Pittsburgh.
So then why hasn't he been able to latch on with another NFL team and have an opportunity? He's been traded to multiple different franchises.
I've asked myself that too, but if you think about the franchises he went to, that's like being banished to purgatory going to L.A. That franchise is going nowhere. Then he goes to Cleveland with.
Wait, what do you mean going to L.A.? When did he go to? What do you mean going to L.A.? It's like going to purgatory.
He was the Raider.
Yeah, okay. He was with the Raiders. Right,
Yeah,
not the Chargers or Rams. He went to Vegas.
Going to the Browns with the Klein show that Shedeur Sanders and his dad brings, that's another purgatory. And as luck would have it,
Baker won there.
What'd you say?
Baker won there, but overall, I agree.
Yeah, but my point is, listen, the bet for Kenny, the player, the best thing that happened when he goes to Carolina, because a kid from Alabama, by midseason, Kenny will be leading that team in Carolina. You mark my words. He's a tough-nosed kid. Is he Danny Marino? No, he's not Danny Marino. But in terms of the guys you're talking about today, and people say, hey, they might be the franchise quarterback. Yeah, and I may be the Easter Bunny too. Those two kids, of the two, Drew Aller got the biggest upside. I think you're right. But gosh, the same reasoning you use for those two kids, you would owe it to Kenny to give him the same chance that you're giving those same two kids. Yet you guys deem him that he sucks.
What's the wild trait? What's the wild trait, Joe, that you see from Kenny Pickett that makes you think he's an NFL starting quarterback? Like, I don't think he's as talented as Drew Aller.
From a raw athletic standpoint, no, he's not.
No, he's not.
He's not. He doesn't have the arm that Drew Aller has. But then again, you look at Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. You could go to whole history of the NFL and not find a kid that could throw the ball like Danny Marino. And how many championships does Danny have?
Yeah, but he's probably the greatest thrower of the football of all time, though, Joe.
But here's my point. That's exactly my point. You don't need to be the rawest athlete.
You don't need to be the greatest athlete of all time, but you still have to have those traits. You still have to be able to be capable of doing it. Kenny Pickett's more like a Brock Purdy type of quarterback, and he has a great offense and a great coach.
I think that's it. I think that's an accurate thing, and that's my point. The point is everybody just wants to deem him, well, he sucked. Half of the guys calling up on the station couldn't throw the ball 20 yards.
Yeah, but that's not the point, Joe.
Sucked.
That's not the point, though.
It is the point. It is the point, and I'm going to tell you why. That'd be like me giving you advice on how to be a radio host. I have no idea how to do that. So the thing about it is, a bystander, you could say, hey, things didn't work out in Pittsburgh for Kenny. I can understand that. But for guys to turn around and act like they know what it takes to be a quarterback at that level, they don't know. So here's the deal. The same courtesy you give the other two guys here now is the same courtesy that you should give the other kid. That's all I'm saying. Just make it apples to apples. But it's like caller after caller after caller, especially being back home, right, in Pittsburgh. You think you could give the kid just a little bit of a break. He was in possibly the worst circumstances that he could be in, going to Mike Tomlin, who everybody says he was a defensive guru. Listen, the defense was awful, and so was the offense. For 15 years, we sat there and listened to anecdotes and platitudes, and guess what? There was zero substance behind it. And I called into the fan probably, a year ago, and I said, Aaron Rodgers coming to the Pittsburgh Steelers will be the end of Mike Tomlin, and that's exactly what it was.
Joe, I appreciate the call from Orlando. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to follow Joe in Orlando defending Kenny Pickett for 5 minutes. Good caller, Joe. I like talking to him. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You're looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. The chance of rain this evening, and it's a low of 67 degrees, to which Dom puts 6-7, to which I say that's Ricardo Raquel's number. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a high of 74. The low can go down to 61 degrees. Up next, let's hear from Mike McCarthy. Some strong thoughts on how the quarterbacks played and on how he called his own game. Plus, who is to blame for the interceptions that Will Howard throw? Mike McCarthy tells you next. Austin Bechtel with you on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Dodgers tonight, 7:15. Jared Jones for Pittsburgh, Tarek Skubal for L.A., and you can listen right here on the Fan Free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6 o'clock. Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The August Fan Beer of the Month is Cinderland Beer Company's Sinkhole, a New England-style IPA. And the charity sales benefit Big Brothers and Big Sisters of the Laurel region, a youth mentoring agency.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
At Bobby Ray Hall Motor Car Company in Wexford and Mercedes-Benz of Pittsburgh on Baum Boulevard, the 2027 models are arriving, and they need to clear out the 26 inventory. During a year-end sales event August 13th through the 22nd, every new in-stock 26 Mercedes-Benz is tagged with its best price of the year. Take advantage of the model year-end change. It's absolutely the best time to buy. But don't wait. These offers will not be replicated. Visit Bobby Ray Hall Motor Car Company in Wexford or Mercedes-Benz of Pittsburgh on Baum Boulevard, August 13th through the 22nd.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Many say the main reason they won't switch banks is because moving their payments sounds like a nightmare. You know the drill. Update the electric bill. Update all streaming services. Update the gym membership. Update everything. Except that's not how it works anymore. With Citizens Checking, you can switch payments with a few taps in our enhanced mobile app. So if you thought switching banks was too complicated, it's time to upgrade. Learn more at citizensbank.com/new checking. Member FDIC.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Buy one, get one free. Now's the perfect time to replace your heating and cooling systems. Upgrade both at once and enjoy reliable comfort all year round. From your first call through professional installation, Sullivan Super Service makes it easy. For a limited time, buy an air conditioner and get a furnace free. Plus, get 0% financing for 60 months for qualified buyers with approved financing. Call today or visit sullivanservice.com to schedule. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's the final lap of the summer sales drive at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Start saving today on the new 2026 Outlander, the most affordable 3-row SUV on the market. Backed by Mitsubishi's 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 5-year, 60,000-mile basic limited warranty. Get 0% APR financing on your new Mitsubishi Outlander Trail Edition today. Plus, ask about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Dodgers tonight, 7:15. Dodgers beat the Buccos last night 5-4 in 10 innings. So tonight they're back at it. Jared Jones, Tarek Skubal right here on the Fan Free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander has the leadoff show at 6 o'clock. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekend.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
play of both Will and Drew. I would say, we had the slow start there with the first group. I think the obvious statistical, everybody want to talk about is the 2 interceptions. I think it was the thing I wrote down on my notes a few times during the game was just the execution details. I think just to use last week as a comparable, we were able to make big plays and had a lot of production that overcame, a lot of our mistakes, particularly penalties. And we have mistakes, particularly on those 2 plays that we didn't overcome, that led to, both those decisions and so forth. So I think if I'm looking for one clean way to explain the production of, going down from 8 days ago today, the details and the execution wasn't as high.
The details were bad. The execution was not there. Steelers just consistently could not move the football. Austin Bechtold with you, hour number 2 of the show, walking you up to the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6 o'clock. I just don't know, other than a couple of over-the-middle throws from Howard here, one nice throw down the sideline from Drew Aller there. I don't know what you can take away from this game other than the quarterbacks didn't play well, the offensive line did not play well. We're going to get to winners and losers coming up next because there are plenty of both, but more losers than there are winners. That's for sure. But Mike McCarthy just talking about how the execution was not good. And when I listen to that kind of sounds like, it doesn't sound like Mike McCarthy blaming himself. The players did not do a good enough job. That's not Mike McCarthy saying my play calling sucked. My play calling didn't put the quarterbacks in a good enough job to be able to compete and make plays. That's putting it on the players, which, look, I'm not asking for Mike McCarthy to take full-on ownership. It's the players out there that ultimately make the plays. McCarthy can only just do so much. It's not Mike McCarthy's fault that there was miscommunication on multiple plays and Will Howard threw 2 picks and receivers dropped balls and the offensive line couldn't protect and there wasn't enough gaps for running backs to be able to work through. Their execution was poor. It looked like a team that wasn't ready to play. It looked like a team that was somewhat ill-prepared, which, that goes on McCarthy. So I guess what I am saying in a way is that, it's everybody's fault and that McCarthy needs to take a little bit more blame for it. Now, whose fault is it? Who gets the blame for the 2 picks? This is what McCarthy had to say, plus the question from Benzie on the interceptions.
You're stunning at Roman with both of those.
Correct.
Was Roman in the right spot for both of those? Is that some of what you're talking about?
Well, there's always plays that are cleaner than others, and those 2 plays were not clean.
Yeah, not clean. Not clean on either play. Now, is that Mike McCarthy trying to throw Roman Wilson under the bus to stand up for Will Howard? I think maybe a little bit. And because it seems like they're trying to make Will Howard out to be the golden child. They want Will Howard to succeed so badly. It's just, I think, somewhat insane, the amount of praise and hype that has been put around Will Howard, a 6th-round pick, where, there wasn't this much praise and hype put around Stetson Bennett in L.A., and he won 2 national championships with Georgia. There wasn't this much talk about Cardell Jones, who was a higher pick. Or think about other guys that have won the Heisman Trophy, or guys that have won national championships and have moved on to the NFL level. There's been so much talk about Will Howard, so much support for Will Howard. And I'm not saying, tear players down, but they're the public backing that's being said in the media. What's being said behind closed doors, I just wonder, because of what's said in the media. They make Will Howard out to be, the reincarnated version of Tom Brady on a football field. A reactivated Brady, in a way. A 6th-round pick that'll work, or Trent Dilfer. La. To me, I feel like the first interception was definitely on Will Howard. If you want to blame Roman Wilson for not having a sharp enough route, for kind of fading off of the route, not making a sharp enough turn, more of a real out route, or stay on more of a firm line on his route, fine, because it allowed the defender to jump in front of him. But it still wasn't a great throw, and it still wasn't a throw that would have put Roman Wilson in a good enough spot to make a play. This is what McCarthy had to say about teaching young quarterbacks in general and getting the staff ready.
Just to have a chance to look in their eyes, on the sideline, I have no concern. So far we've had 2 opportunities to compete, so they've played at big schools. They both those guys grew up playing quarterback. I don't see any blank in their performance. So they communicate very well. During our process of going over Tom, going through. We go through every picture. Everything's discussed. I can hear it. I can hear the conversations.
I didn't see any blink in their performance. I mean, didn't you kind of see Will Howard blink at times by not taking any shots down the field once he threw the pick? Like, I don't know how many opportunities there truly were, but he didn't take any chances. He kind of played it safe and conservative. It seemed like the whole entire game was conservative, other than the one throw that Aller made deep down the field on the sideline. It just seemed like they were catering these young quarterbacks like they were freshmen in college. And that's basically kind of what they're doing with these guys and trying not to put too much on their plate. But if you want to fully get a grasp of what they're capable of, why not let them cook a little bit? Why not take some of the kid gloves off? And I just don't think, don't blink. Did they have much of a chance to? Like, Will Howard didn't progressively get better in the game. I don't think Aller really progressively got better in the game either. And what's the reason for that?
On the headsets, that's what I'm listening to while the defense is out there. So, we're getting better at our communication network. This is our second game together. So we need to be, we can be better as a staff. We're working through that. There's things that we did better from week 1 to week 2. I mean, I'm still going through everything. Pregame, there's a couple of things. Please shut that thing off. I mean, my goodness. So.
Did you hear that, Dom? In the middle of the press conference, someone's phone went off. And Mike McCarthy went at him. I wonder who it was.
I'll tell you what, that's the most interesting thing Mike McCarthy said this entire postgame presser.
I feel like we need to get that answer from Caballi. If Caballi joins us, he's told me 2 different times, and he still has not responded to me. He said that Mac might be doing his podcast with Caballi, the Caballi and Mac podcast at 5, but he also said that it might be at 4. So he's supposed to join us at either 4 or 5, and I still haven't heard back from him.
Listen, I don't want to, say anything, bad about Mark, but can't
Is he
they
dodging us?
Well, can't they do this podcast at any time? Recorded at 6. Come on, the Fan.
Hey, I don't understand why Caballi is currently giving us a runaround. 412-928-9370 if you want to comment about Mike McCarthy and phones going off. Maybe yours is going off towards Dom in the booth. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 and Peters.
No, so that's preseason. But yeah, I wish we'd have performed better tonight. I wish we'd been more productive tonight. Was really my message to the team. So I think just, the reality of taking a step as a football team, the scoreboard didn't reflect that. But we got great teaching film. We're a staff that loves to teach, and, we'll have a chance. We'll take tomorrow. We're going to treat tomorrow more like the first time we would in season. So tomorrow will be like a Monday.
Great teaching film. Ah, yes. This little 5-yard slant route really worked out well for us. This dump-off play, or getting sacked because Broderick Jones doesn't know how to play football anymore, or because Troy Fatanu is not adjusting to the left side of the line, or because Dylan Cook looks like a turnstile. Man, we'll get to the offensive line and how bad they've performed, including that in the winners and losers segment. But one more thing on the interceptions from Will Howard, because, Dom, I don't know about you. I thought they were just bad. They weren't tip balls. They weren't contested plays where they were just nice plays by the defenders. They were just bad picks by Will Howard.
Yeah, just bad ideas, bad throws. You can sometimes make excuses. Like you said, the ball was tipped,
accuracy,
maybe
bad
a drop.
location.
Just 2 bad throws.
And then we have a texter that continues to text in, why do you hate Will Howard? Why can't you be open-minded about Will Howard? Is this going to be 3 hours of bashing Will Howard? No, it's not.
It's going to be 4 hours.
4 hours of bashing Will Howard. No, but look, Will Howard played, and like I've said before, Will Howard played good the first preseason game. He did not play good this game. He had some nice throws. There were some good moments, but you can't turn the ball over. If you want to catch our attention, If you want to make a statement and a name for yourself, especially with the fan base, with the coaching staff, with everybody watching, you can't turn the ball over. You're going to make big plays and those not be the plays that we remember. If Drew Aller would have done the exact same thing, it would be Drew Aller's not taking care of the ball. He's not looking like a franchise quarterback. Those are mistakes you can't make. So I am open-minded about Howard that he can still figure it out. It's one preseason game. And I don't think I'm completely, fully overreacting here saying, oh, cut him tomorrow or trade him. No, keep him on the roster, develop your quarterbacks, keep 4, and still work with Howard and Aller and see how they progress throughout the season going into 27 and decide if you need to draft a quarterback in the first round of 27 or not, or if you think you have your guy. But right now, Will Howard hasn't shown me anything to think that he can be the guy. And here's what McCarthy had to say about the picks.
Well, it's just one mistake leads to 2, and it happened on both. It happened on both plays. There's something that went, that wasn't right, and then he's got to, he played through it last week. He had 2 things happen to him last week. He played right through it. So sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't. So that's a part of playing. It's a shame because I don't recall, but it was a 13-14. It was a hell of a drive that he established. So both those were big plays in the game that, if they go the other way, it's, I think you're feeling a little differently about his individual performance.
They would, but they didn't. And we can't just ignore that. We can't just throw out the results and what happened. If he didn't throw those 2 picks, we'd be thinking about it better. Yeah, we would, but if there's one thing that we take away from Mike Tomlin, it should be, turnovers bad. Now, Tomlin also didn't allow the team to be aggressive, and he didn't let them throw the ball down the field. And it seemed like over the middle was a foreign territory, an undiscovered land that nobody was able to venture in. Like there was an electric fence up in the middle of the field where your dog is not allowed to leave that area. You don't wander out into the street. Our yard is electric fenced in. Well, it seemed like the Steelers, they were electric fenced out from that area of the field. Only the other team's defense was allowed to stand there. But the takeaways from McCarthy, you can't just throw that out. Like, hey, if Russell Wilson didn't throw that interception to Malcolm Butler at the Super Bowl, Russell Wilson had a really nice game in Seattle, played really well in the Super Bowl. Yeah, there are some things that you can't just forget about in a game because those drives stalled and were thrown away because of those interceptions. I've seen it with Aller in college. Hey, really nice drive against Ohio State. You got inside the 5-yard line twice. Did you score both times? No, you didn't score any. Yeah, those results matter. Okay, the process is great. What's the result? And the results were 2 picks on poorly thrown balls. And that's just what you remember. Like, I don't know. And I talked to some Ohio State fans yesterday. They've been quiet. Where's Johnny the Barber's not calling in? Ohio State fans are quiet today for Will Howard, which I understand. Like, this is not victory lapping whatsoever. Aller wasn't good either. But I just don't understand, watching that game, if anybody can still think, okay, franchise guy right now. No, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of progressions that need to be made. This thing is going to take time for either of these guys to become who we think they could be, if you think that way. 412-928-9370. Mike is in New Hampshire. Hi, Mike.
How are you?
Good, Mike.
I've been listening to Fan for a long time, and this is where I come down on this with the performance I saw last night. I saw 2 rookie quarterbacks who need more experience.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line. I'm glad that there's Mason Rudolph. I know that doesn't sound good, but I'm glad there's Mason Rudolph. He played well in the first game. The offensive line that he had was not good, but yet he was there and he was solid. What you're looking for and what I'm looking for is solidity in these quarterbacks. I think that next week against Buffalo will be the supreme test. But they need more experience. The 2 picks that Howard threw, yes, they were bad. However, when I saw them, the thought that came to my mind was lack of experience. They need more snaps. Anyway, I'll hang up and listen to what you've got to say. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Mike, same to you, and I think you make a good point. Look, this is not the end-all, be-all for these quarterbacks. Tomorrow is not cut-down day. They do not need to make a decision as of this moment, or by 4 o'clock, or by 6 o'clock, or by August 24th, or August 28th. The day after the final preseason game. It actually might be like September 7th or something like that, but you get the point. We are allowed the luxury in 3 preseason games of seeing how they bounce back. First game was good for both quarterbacks. Check. Second game was bad for both quarterbacks. X. Can 2 out of 3 for either or tell you any bit of a difference of what they can be moving forward? Because this is also a test on the road. You're not playing at home. You don't have the crowd on your side. It's not familiar with your locker room, and you're driving from your house. No, you're on the road. You play in a brand new stadium, so it'll more than likely be packed in Buffalo with a ton of Bills fans there to see it. Unfamiliar environment. I would imagine that Buffalo is going to play some starters in that game, especially debuting in that stadium. And you would think that that's not something, and yes, they've already played one preseason game there, but you would think still that that's something that they want to showcase a little bit. Will that take priority and precedent? Not entirely, but I think it's a little bit, just a little bit of the reasoning as to why they might play some starters. Very minute, like 5%. But I can see Buffalo doing that and playing some starters with Joe Brady, also first-year head coach. No, he was on the staff, but still first-year head coach. And that's a chance for Aller and Howard to prove that last week was a fluke and that their careers can be more like the first week. You can't determine what quarterbacks are going to be in 2 preseason games when they play a half. You can't. You can't fully determine it. But based on the intel that we have right now, these are the conclusions that I come to. Here is Matt in the North Hills. What's up, Matt?
So you mentioned earlier about the general perception of these guys, especially Will Howard in the media and locally, and I think it's pretty easy. I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers fan base and media has a ton of overlap with both Ohio State, Penn State, and just the Big Ten in general. And I mean, my goodness, the preeminent Steelers beat writer once made a tweet saying he'd never go back to State College if Joe Paterno's statue wasn't put back up. So that kind of shows you where he stands and where the media stands.
I'm not going to say that it's the media as a whole, Matt. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's 100% the case. I don't.
I think it definitely, though, with the fan base, I have never seen this phenomenon I've seen with Will Howard with any other quarterback anywhere, that a 6th-round pick has somehow got the expectation he can be a franchise-level quarterback. I mean, can you think of any other instance like this? And I know you mentioned a bunch of other guys where a guy comes onto a team as a 6th-rounder, has a camp last year where he gets hurt and doesn't even play a preseason game, and all of a sudden it's like, well, he could be the future.
Yeah, we weren't even talking about Antonio Brown like this in like his rookie year when even he played and was a factor in the offense. Not a big factor, but still he showed signs.
But at least a receiver, there is definitely other positions it can happen. You see it. But outside, you mentioned Tom Brady. You mentioned Trent Dilfer. There's not really a track record of 6th-round quarterbacks, or really any later-round quarterback turning into Brock Purdy. There you go. But that's about it. That's about it. And it's just really
rare.
Kind of baffling.
It's rare, Matt. It just doesn't happen that often. Mainly because if you have all the tools, traits, athleticism, college success, you get picked high. There's not a lot of diamonds in the rough that you find, and I feel like the more and more intel that we get, and the more social media videos and interviews and just access to these players that you have, there are going to be less diamonds in the rough like that. Like Tom Brady, if he was drafted now, I don't know, is he a 6th-round pick? Is it different with people making highlight reels for Tom Brady and putting them on TikTok and Twitter and social? I don't know. But is it different? I think it's fair to wonder.
I think just in general, you're continuing, and not you, obviously, the royal you. It's kicking the can down the road. It's everything. You're banking on a 6th-rounder. You're banking on a 3rd-rounder who underperformed in college. And you're bringing back a 43 or 44-year-old quarterback and you're just really delaying the inevitable that the franchise has done really for years, that you're going to have to rebuild at some point. And it's not just the quarterback, it's the defense that's getting older and kind of aging out a little bit with your star players.
Yeah.
And it's just basically continuing the trend of you're going to go 9-8, and that is the cap, and you're stuck in a purgatory where you can never tear it down and rebuild.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And I appreciate the call, Matt. Good talking to you. Where, look, they are in a position where, what do you think they're going to do? 10-7? 9-8? 8-9? 7-10? That's the range. I don't think they're going to be better. I don't think they're going to be worse than any of those 4 records that I gave out. And Matt mentioned something like there's this media bias towards the Big Ten and all that. I just don't believe that. I think that knocks the credibility of like great reporters and great TV people and radio people that we have here. Like our jobs is to put a lot of those things like that you might, like maybe you have like Jeff is the perfect example. Jeff Hathorn went to Ohio State, he went there. He's an Ohio State supporter. He is very, very like firm in his opinion of Will Howard and does not let like what he watched Ohio State or being a fan of Will Howard dictate his opinion of what Will Howard is as a quarterback for the Steelers. He doesn't. And I think it's unfair to, basically say that the media does otherwise. Are there 1 or 2 people? I don't know. But I just think it's unfair to lump the media together saying that there's this, huge bias towards one quarterback or the other. There was also a lot of support around Kenny Pickett because people just naturally wanted to see the Pitt guy succeed with the Steelers. You want to see a local kid, like just good-natured, like just sports fandom, like outside of the work lens. But when you put the work hat on and you put that, you're ultimately representing yourself as a media professional. I think that point that he made is inaccurate. Here is Dave in Pittsburgh. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, Dave. What's on your mind?
Hey, so we're playing a team next week, right? And I'm talking about Drew Aller. This guy, I'm a Pitt guy, but if you don't get excited watching him, forget the preseason stuff. Their offensive line was leaking. You can't do anything without a solid offensive line, but this guy got all the tools, right? You watch him throw the ball. He's throwing darts. I'd like to see him move around a little bit more, and he's still young. There is no way they get rid of this guy. They have to keep him.
He's not going anywhere, Dave. I don't think there's any chance he goes.
They got to keep him. He's got a toolbox, and I love watching this guy play. I don't care. I don't care about all the hate and the Penn State. This guy got it. He can be developed, right? McCarthy stays there. This guy stays in tune with McCarthy. Will Howard's as vanilla as it gets. There is nothing special about Will Howard.
There's just no wow trait, Dave. There's nothing. There's not. And that's not being
Mac Jones on his best day.
That's not being mean to Will Howard. It's just just the reality.
He's a great guy.
He's very average at everything. Yeah. There's no great trait there. And I think that just watching him through the first 2 games, you see that.
Exactly. You see it all day long, and he's slow back there. He seems slow back there. You go to Aller, though, he's a big guy. I'd like to see him move a little bit more, and he will. When he gets comfortable, I'd like to see this guy rolling out. I'd like to see what he does with his feet. Like I said, we're playing a team next week, and, in my wildest dreams, I would imagine, but is this not a young Josh Allen? Do you not see the same traits? I know it's a long shot.
That's why I've hitched like a lot of my opinions in my career to Drew Aller. There will be significant egg on my face if he ends up being a complete and utter bust. That's been my biggest take, that he can be the guy that can turn the franchise around.
He's got me excited. It ain't going to be this year, and it may not even be next year. But they should move Will Howard, keep Mason as backup, and focus on not trying to teach 2 quarterbacks how to play. Focus on the guy that got the deepest toolbox, that's got all the stuff. He's got everything. He's got it all, and I hated him at Penn State. I watched him throw horrendous picks. I was so pissed off at him. But anyway, besides that.
But Dave, you are a Pitt fan that can separate all of that once he gets to the Steelers. I respect that.
He's a Steeler. I mean, he's a Steeler. And we're so quarterback hungry. This guy, I mean, if you don't get excited about watching him, just the way he moves, and when he throws, boy, I mean, he's throwing darts out there. I mean, he's got the arm, and I love quarterback that can sling it. He can sling it. Once he gets the confidence going, I think we're going to see something. But, you know, that's just me. I get excited for the guy. They're going to go with Will Howard as whatever, but they better, you know, Drew Aller's going to pass him up. And I know McCarthy is a quarterback guy sees it. He has to.
Yeah, that's why they picked him, and I appreciate it, Dave. That's why they picked him in the third round. And despite all they said when McCarthy took the job about Will Howard, I'm truly so excited to work with Will Howard and everything that he said. And Will Howard can be our future. And what was said at the Combine by Omar Khan, they still picked Drew Aller with their first pick of the third round. They could have waited. They had 3 picks in the third round. But no, they picked him there. What does that tell you? They clearly think that he has high enough upside. He said on the McAfee show this past week, yeah, we viewed Drew Aller as a first-round pick. Like, I know the whole, they had a first-round grade on Mason Rudolph thing. The tools look different for Aller compared to Rudolph. Like, Aller is more talented than Mason Rudolph. Will they have similar type of careers? Remains to be determined. But Aller has all the traits that they can put it together. That's why Mike McCarthy is here to develop that type of quarterback. Like, who had the better college career? Will Howard had a better college career than Drew Aller did. Will Howard won a national championship. Will Howard had a very good playoff. He had for Ohio State standards, I think, average regular season. Obviously, that sliding play against Oregon is a huge knock on him. And he was a good player at Kansas State, but, you know, he wasn't great. He wasn't on draft boards as a projected top pick, like in his own draft. 6th round. When there were, I mean, that was what, the Caleb Williams draft, wasn't it, Dom? That was Caleb Williams and Daniels and Drake May and so many others. Like, if he would have went in this past year's draft, I still think Drew Aller is taken ahead of him, and I still think the Steelers, if they had to pick between the two, would pick Aller over Howard. Would you agree with that?
The Steelers would pick Will Howard over Drew Aller.
No, I think they would pick Drew Aller over Will Howard if both were in the same draft class this past year.
And they had the same college careers?
Yes.
I disagree. I think Will Howard still would have gone above Drew Aller. I think.
So it's
weird because there was a gap and then...
I don't think there's a chance of that. I mean, Aller, off of an injury, only playing 6 games and not playing well in those 6 games, still won in the third round. And if he would have came out his junior year, was being mocked as a late first, early second round pick.
Okay, I guess you're right then.
And Will Howard ended up being a 6th round pick coming off of the best season of his career.
Okay, but Will Howard was also coming off of a national championship.
Correct. It's another reason why he was a 6th round pick. You would think his value would have went up.
Sure. Okay, then I guess you're right. Then I'll give you that one. I don't know if that's the right call, but sure.
412-928-9370. Jim is in Monroeville. What's up, Jim?
Thank you for taking my call. You nailed it here, and you've been talking about Drew Aller, so kudos to you. I don't think it's even a comparison. Nothing against Will Howard. He made it to the NFL. Good for him. But the fact that you just mentioned won a national championship, did what he did in the playoffs, and still was a 6th round pick. Again, we don't have to go over the numbers. 6th round pick quarterbacks just don't cut it in the NFL. Tom Brady's don't grow on trees. I mean, I don't know what's going on here in Pittsburgh, but Drew Aller has it. And let me just mention something here. In 2025, he declared to go back to Penn State. Had he actually declared to enter the draft, he was a projected 1st round pick.
Yes,
some people even had him going top 5.
Yeah.
At no point in Will Howard's career was he a projected top 5, top 10 pick. And I think that says it all. And I know last night both looked bad. I mean, Will Howard looked really bad with better players on the field. But the thing, what I noticed last night, first off, Drew Aller had no blocking. He got sacked at no time. Who was he throwing the ball to, for one? And then he had 3 or 4 drop passes that really should have been caught. And he had 1 bad pass all night. But let me also point out, the biggest offensive play of the night was the pass that he made downfield for, 40 yards in the air. And, you know, when you look at that, Will Howard isn't capable of doing that. So I think with some more time, some more seasoning, some more help from the quarterback guru Mike McCarthy, I do think we have something, and I do think it's a fair comp to compare him to Josh Allen, because if you go back to Josh Allen's early career, they were calling him a bust 2 years in.
Because his accuracy was so poor.
Right. His third season, he turned it up, and we know what he's turned into since. So I'll hang up and listen to your response.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I mean, I think people like Drew Aller and Will Howard are the same like type of frame. So when we say that Drew Aller is a big guy, like I got to throw, I got to throw just the reality out there with Howard too. Howard is also a 6'4", 6'5", big physical guy. It's just they don't move the same. It's just the athleticism jumps off the charts more for Aller. That's why he was a 5-star prospect, and Will Howard was a 3-star prospect. And look, that matters only to an extent. But when you're talking about what toy you want to get at the toy store, and do you want the $100 toy or do you want the $25 toy? And Aller is the $100 toy, and Will Howard is the $25 toy. You're going to have a lot of fun with the $25 toy. You can have a lot of good moments. You can have some winning plays with it, but where's the upside? The upside is the $100 toy, the big prize. It's when those games in the arcade, that like stacker game with the blocks, and at every level you hit the button and you got to make sure that the blocks align. And then sometimes it gives you an out, like when you're halfway up to trying to get the major prize, and you get the medium prize. You can get a keychain, or you can get a candy bar instead of getting like the nice big teddy bear. That, unfortunately, is just how I view Will Howard in his NFL career. The keychain, it still can be durable for you. You can really enjoy it. The candy bar is great. Maybe it's a Twix bar or a Kit Kat, and it's a good backup plan for you. But you want the big toy if you're going to be able to compete in the NFL. You want somebody with all the traits and the athleticism and the ability if they can put it all together. And when Josh Allen was drafted out of Wyoming, he had all the traits, but the accuracy was bad. The footwork was bad. I went to Robert Morris at the time with some people from Buffalo, and they were just constantly complaining about Josh Allen. It was, Josh Allen might be a bust. He might not be able to put this all together. He is sailing the ball 5 yards over receivers' heads, and it looks bad. And then he became the quarterback that we all saw that he became because of Brian Daboll. Can they do a similar thing with Drew Aller, who was supposed to be a first-round pick, projected to be a first-round pick before he went back to school, then just didn't play well and got hurt? That's where Mike McCarthy factors into this. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Again, look, people are going to, people like to say you hate Will Howard. You don't want Will Howard to succeed. Texter, welcome to the I Hate Will Howard show with Austin Bechtold. No, I hope he does well. He's just seems like a great guy, a kind guy, a spiritual guy, somebody who comes from a great family background. Seems like a great dude that you would just want to sit down and watch a ball game with, or chop it up with and have a nice conversation, or share your faith with, or go and as the quarterbacks like to go on those trips with the receivers. I'm sure Will Howard's a great time and a great person on those types of trips. I just don't think he's a starting NFL quarterback. That's all. I just don't think that there's just enough God-given ability there for him. And he's overcome a lot in his career. I just don't know if the NFL, you can make that next step. All right, up next, we'll continue to hear from you at 412-928-9370 and what Mike McCarthy had to say about the Steelers' offensive line. Plus, we've heard from Kabali, and he will join us at the top of the hour. That's coming up next. Dom is the headline. We're back in a moment. Austin Bechtold with you on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Dodgers tonight, 7:15. Jared Jones starts for Pittsburgh, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6 o'clock. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dick's House of Sport is now open in your community, Greensburg, at Westmoreland Mall, and has you covered for all your back-to-school needs. We're more than a store, featuring a rock wall, HitTrax multi-sport cage, golf hitting bays, and a collector's clubhouse. Plus, shop the best brands and over 2,000 shoe styles, all in one place. For on and off the field, Dick's has the gear to help you perform your best. Welcome to Dick's House of Sport, now open at the Westmoreland Mall.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Since 1964, 3 generations of Sullivans have kept Pittsburgh homes comfortable, and right now they'd like to return the favor. For a limited time, Sullivan Super Service is offering a complimentary furnace inspection, no charge, no catch. Their technicians go through your system top to bottom before winter does it for you. It's their way of thanking the neighbors who turned one truck into a family business. Sullivan Super Service. Book yours at sullivanservice.com.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the 3rd leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Join the Fan of the American Cancer Society for Coaches vs. Cancer Tip-Off Pittsburgh. That's Wednesday, September 9th at PPG Winter Garden. This year, we're honoring former Duquesne basketball coach Keith Dambrot and his wife Donna for their incredible leadership on and off the court. Co-hosted by the men's and women's coaches from Duquesne, Robert Morris, and Pitt, it's an evening dedicated to coming together and making a real difference against cancer. Get your tickets today. Visit 937thefan.com.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
You are looking for that perfect vehicle for you. I know the place, Schultz Ford. Check it out. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling as well. All those great locations. Listen, the summer sales event is continuing through August, so get there or get to SchultzFord.com and check out what you want. You know what I've noticed lately? In my neighborhood, lots of expeditions. Yep. Back to school time, lots of activities. The kids, you're taking them everywhere. You got a lot of that space. Get an Expedition, maybe an Explorer even. Something with a little bit of size inside to get those kids everywhere. Listen, large selection of inventory. They have so much going on at Schultz Ford, all those great locations. The customer service cannot be beat. And again, summer sales event all the way through August. So check it all out at one of those great locations or always online at SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live in local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
No, I don't really view it that way. I think preseason is definitely different. I know it is because I've done this, a few times. I think I can't tell you what their objectives were over there, and I couldn't really tell you how much they prepared for us. They did a nice job. I thought they just take the passing game as a whole. We didn't make the contested catches today. We didn't separate the breaking points. That's my initial analysis. When we watch the tape and go through it tomorrow, there'll be some things on there that were better than we probably, expected, and there'll definitely be more to clean up this week than last week. I think that's the reality of what happened tonight.
Mike McCarthy's saying, no, it really wasn't what the Jets did. It was just that we were bad. It was not what the Jets schemed up against us. It was the fact that, we had drives that stalled out. We turned the ball over. And the Steelers were even posting videos on their social of what the punter, Cam Johnston, was doing. There was a post that was put out there, pin 'em deep, after a Cam Johnston punt, and the Steelers pinning the Jets inside the 5-yard line. We will get more into Cam Johnston later on in the show. Why? Stay tuned. But first, let's talk to Tom in Wexford. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, Tom.
Good. Hey, I just want to make it very plain and simple to everybody out there who thinks, Will Howard's got all sort of potential. Mason Rudolph is not going anywhere. The Steelers very, very obviously view the guy as Charlie Batch 2.0. He's a reliable backup who can keep you afloat for a couple games.
Yeah.
Do the Steelers actually have a chance at winning the Super Bowl this year? No, but they like to think they do. But so that's why the guy is not going anywhere. Expect him to stick around for a few years. Let's say Drew Aller becomes a starter next year. I can almost guarantee you Mason Rudolph will be there right behind him at number 2. Will Howard seems like a great guy, like what everyone said, but he's not going to make the roster. He might make the practice squad because, prior to last night, it looked like someone would steal him to their active roster.
So you think they're going to cut him, Tom? Do you think that Will Howard just gets flat out cut?
Yeah, I think he does. Someone might steal him because, if I recall correctly, you still have to pass through waivers to get to practice squads. So I think he will not make the active roster, and he might make the practice squad, but he is not going to make the active roster. He might make someone else's, but he'll make the practice squad at best with the Steelers, barring an injury to Aller, Rudolph, or Rodgers.
Thank you, Tom. 412-928-9370. I think that Will Howard will be on the roster. I think both young quarterbacks will be on the roster, and if they do anything at this point, it's that they trade Mason Rudolph. Now, you would think that they would want to put Rudolph on tape for other teams, but you don't need to. There's plenty of tape already out there about Mason Rudolph. People know who he is. People know what you're getting. Mike McCarthy's already saying it, that, you know what we have in Mason Rudolph. There's really no other thing that you need to see. Like, you saw him in a playoff game. You saw him in games in December down the stretch to help the Steelers get into the playoffs. You've seen him in the preseason. You saw him in a game last year against the Bears. You've seen everything that you need to know about Mason Rudolph. So it makes me think that the odds of them keeping 4 just grows and grows by the day, and maybe it's an extra lineman that they don't keep. And that, seeing how the offensive line is played, they probably need to keep another lineman. Or maybe they'll keep an uneven amount of players, offense to defense, and they keep one extra player on offense. Is it really necessary to keep one extra special teams guy if the other option is keep a quarterback that you think might be able to blossom into a starter for you? I don't think it's worth it. Like, if Carson Bruner's going to make the roster, but whoever would be like next under Carson Bruner, or if it's like Travis Homer or a 9th lineman or a 6th receiver, is that player really that much more important than keeping 4 quarterbacks? I don't think so. Is it odd to keep 4? Yes, especially that the NFL landscape has changed where most teams just keep 2 and they put 1 on the practice squad. With that logic, Rodgers is your starter and you're probably just keeping Aller as your backup and crossing your fingers that Rodgers doesn't get hurt. But at 42 going on 43, we all know dang well that one of these guys are going to play. One of Howard or Rudolph or Aller are going to have to play in a game, and it's going to be Rudolph. He'll be the next man up if he's still on the roster, and I think he will. Even though I'd be curious to see if they can get a 6 for him. If that's the case, I'd do it, and then I would just have Mason Rudolph go somewhere else Aller and Howard fight it out to see who the backup is. And right now, I think it's getting close to the point where Aller might overtake Will Howard because Will Howard's not doing anything to separate himself. But they still want to develop both. And both should still be on the roster by the end of the season, the preseason. Vincent is in Sewickley. What's up, Vincent?
Hey, Austin. How's it going, man?
Oh, we're doing great.
Well, yeah, I mean, I checked out some stuff. I just wanted to touch base. I mean, he was under pressure on both the picks he threw, but do we know if he was playing with a first-string offensive line? Because
the first pick, I know he was.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the second was, too. Because, I mean, Roman Wilson was still in the game, and he's considered like the third wide receiver right now. Or that might have been the drive that they actually put Broderick Jones in at right tackle, but kept most of the offensive line intact. Howard played with a ton of the starters pretty much the whole entire way.
Wow. Well, yeah, they didn't really look too great, especially Jones. Let's be honest here. The number 2 overall pick, Bailey, he's pretty good, and he kind of did get on Jones a little bit. But if that was the starting offensive line, that's not a good sign for Rodgers.
Yeah, no, it's the offensive line looked, Vincent, poor, like legitimately, like they couldn't stop anybody. And you're facing the Jets, where it's David Bailey coming out off the edge. He's a high pick. Yeah, he's going to be a good player, but still a rookie. And the Jets' front is fine, but they were legitimately looking like the purple people eaters out there, or the 85 Bears at times against this offensive line. It looked like they just couldn't block anybody.
Well, I'll also point out, too, though, like, if they were playing the number 1, starting Jets defensive unit, but he didn't have Pittman or Metcalf either. So, right. And I don't know what they were doing with the tight ends, but that's a pretty big point to not have your main weapons out there. You can't judge them too harshly. He also was under pressure, and just as much as we could blow up the preseason, like, hey, Kenny Pickett's great, it's the other way too. It's you can't kill the guy just because he had some under pressure throw.
Not completely, but I think
it's his second NFL game basically.
Right. So you're not, you're just not discarding him. I appreciate it, Vincent. You're not just, ending someone's career that was drafted and you think highly of because of that. Not. But still, I feel like maybe you're a little bit more critical, mainly just for that type of reason, though, because of how much these guys have been talked about and hyped up by the staff and the fact that they're quarterbacks. They're on a different playing field than others. One more before we get to Mark Caballi. Anthony in Oakland chimes in. What's up, Anthony?
Well, the offensive line play was distressing.
Yes.
I mean, that's just no other way around that. I mean, they played a lot of their starters right off the bat, and they got pushed around. I mean, that should horrify McCarthy. I mean, goodness gracious. But Roman Wilson cut off his patterns twice, which means he'll be in purgatory because Aaron Rodgers is not going to have him out there if he's doing that kind of stuff, which was they said was supposed to have been corrected after the first time he did it. Then he does it again.
Yeah, that's what goes on with Will Howard. It does not show good signs of life for Roman Wilson with Aaron Rodgers if you can't trust him. That should be good for Jeremy Bernard. But where was Jeremy Bernard last night, Anthony? He seemed like he wasn't even on the field.
Well, there was a lot of things last night. It looked like they were like lethargic.
Yeah.
I mean, I was really shocked for the second preseason game. I wasn't shocked. I mean, the quarterbacks are young. They're going to learn. But maybe that's why McCarthy was seeing things out of the two veterans that we just didn't see, where people were ready to, jettison somebody. And McCarthy said, no, we can't jettison somebody. We can't do it right now. Because something happens to Rodgers with that offensive line play, they'll get their 5 and 13 season or whatever the heck the games are nowadays. I mean, that was ugly, man.
Yeah, it was bad. Yeah, it was. What was your overall takeaway from the game, Anthony? Just in general.
Like I said, they look lethargic. I didn't expect that. I expect more rhythm. But when your offensive line is getting blown up, not only was it getting blown up in the pass game, it was being blown up in the running game too.
Yeah.
I mean, I expected a little more from the run game, too, yesterday. So there was a lot of things to correct. Coaches like that. on film so they can make it and let everybody know this is serious business. And so we'll see what it looks like Thursday. But boy, they better fix that, or it's going to be a long season here, man.
Anthony, appreciate it. 412-928-9370. You want to chime in after we talk to Mark Cavalli of the Pat McAfee Show? What did Mark witness from last night's game that might be different from our own perspectives? Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Chance of rain this evening and a low of 67 or Carter Kell. Mostly sunny tomorrow and a high of 74. It was a good day for Mason Rudolph. Will Mark take a victory lap? Find out in a moment on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Dodgers out in L.A. tonight, 7:15. Jared Jones starts for Pittsburgh. Tarek Skubal starts for L.A., and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6 o'clock. Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules. Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Family-owned Plaza Azteca in Greensburg is now open for authentic Mexican food and ice-cold drinks. Visit Plaza Azteca next to Westmoreland Mall in Greensburg. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for haul-away services. From single, bulky items to whole house cleanouts. Let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Experience the best of Italian-American cuisine at Martirano's Prime at Rivers Casino. Whether you're celebrating a special occasion or stopping in after the game, they have you covered. From veal chops to steaks to a variety of pasta dishes, you'll never leave hungry. Visit riverscasino.com to book your reservation today. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
It's the final lap of the summer sales drive. This is your last chance to secure end-of-summer savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Like a new 2026 Outlander, the most affordable 3-row SUV on the market. Backed by Mitsubishi's 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 5-year, 60,000-mile basic limited warranty. Drive yours home today for 0% APR for 72 months.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
The electrifying fun of Lightning Link is now on DraftKings Casino. To celebrate the iconic slot, all players can play to win a share of 250 million spins on Lightning Link. So if you love Lightning Link, now's the time to play. Head to your promos page in the DraftKings Casino app and see how you can earn your share through daily rewards, bonuses, and more. Then spin Lightning Link high stakes right from your phone. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Must complete play or claims requirements each day for rewards. Daily offers and requirements vary, may require minimum wager. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable flex spins for choice of select games and expire in 7 days. Reward amounts vary. Terms, casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends August 23rd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Life doesn't slow down, and Spitzer knows you need a vehicle that keeps up. That's why prices are going down during the big price drop event at Spitzer Toyota. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you. TSRP 25,079. VIN TP 493243. Front wheel drive model 1852. $29.99 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee. 0 security deposit. 10 miles per year. Ends 8/31/26.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Get into the SUV you've been waiting for at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Drive a 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with payments starting at just $429 a month for 36 months, or get 2.9% APR for 84 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gerken Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want to contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gerken Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Hey, it's Pony for FanDuel, the official sports book of 93.7 The Fan. Golf fans, PGA season in full swing. As the world's best navigate these hallowed fairways, FanDuel is here to bring you closer to every career-defining moment. There's nothing quite like the emotional journey of championship golf, and FanDuel's round betting features let you join the day-to-day moments of it all with hole-by-hole markets like round leader, birdie counts, finishing position, and more. No need to wait till Sunday for a big win. Think you know how it's all going to go down? Combine your top 5 finishers into a parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. And don't forget, with FanDuel, when you win, you get paid instantly. For example, national championship event, Wyndham Clark in New York. He was getting booed. I didn't care. I bet him. He won. Boom. Money instantly showed up in my account. Are you ready to play your game? Just visit FanDuel.com/local to join now. That's FanDuel.com/local to bet the PGA Tour, America's #1 sportsbook. Every swing can be a winner with FanDuel, an official partner of the PGA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Citizens is your live entertainment partner in Pittsburgh. Cardholders get access to pre-sale tickets and skip the line entry at 2 of Pittsburgh's hottest venues. Shouldn't you have the debit or credit card that offers exclusive perks? Elevate your concert-going experience at the brand new Citizens Live at the Wiley or the recently renovated Roxy Theater presented by Citizens. Learn more at citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Again, that's citizensbanklive.com/Pittsburgh-music. Member FDIC.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Dodgers tonight, 7:15. Dodgers beat Pittsburgh last night 5-4 in 10 innings, so they're back at it tonight. Jared Jones on the mound for Pittsburgh, Tarek Skubal on the mound for L.A., and you can listen to it all right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Goal for the Steelers. Rudolph swings it out. DK Metcalf turns it upfield and he's in. Touchdown, Steelers.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. You might say that it was a good day for Mason Rudolph yesterday because it kind of proved that the Steelers need a backup quarterback like Mason Rudolph. Mark Cavalli joins now from the Pat McAfee Show to take a victory lap. Is that your opinion, Mark?
I don't think you need to show anything, actually. I mean, I'm pretty sure that was something that they had in mind from the beginning. I think we're probably a little bit overreacting of what we saw yesterday with both Aller and Howard, just as much as we overreacted week before that of how well they played. But that's exactly, I mean, I guess you're right. That's exactly what they need. They need somebody to come in there and be able to control an offense, whether it's, you know, a game or 2 games if needed. And Mason Rudolph can do that, obviously, more than Will Howard and Drew Aller can right now. And that's obvious. One guy's been in the league, I think, 8-9 years, and the other one has about 8 or 9 series under their belt. So I don't think that was anything surprising, but I wouldn't be, cutting Will Howard tomorrow and saying he has no chance here. I think the guy just needs to get some reps. He's a project quarterback, and I think we put probably too much expectation. Maybe it's not even us, Austin. The head coach did.
They're the ones that have done this to us, pretty much. They're the ones that are saying we love Will Howard. Will Howard is awesome, and we think we can develop him. And he won a national championship, and we think very highly of him. They're the ones that have said all that. They talked more highly of him than they talked about Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I mean, you can speak highly of him, and they can still develop him. But I think the problem was that obviously they didn't have Aller at the time. They were pretty unaware of what Mason Rudolph was able to do and what type of quarterback he was, and I think they quickly realized that maybe they were a little bit off base there a little bit. I mean, I watched Will Howard last year. I mean, all 3 practices he had. I'm thinking, how in the world are they making any determination on this based of what we saw last year and based of what we saw in college? So I never really truly bought that. But like I said, I mean, it's a very young quarterback that needs reps, needs experience, and needs a couple years in the system. So, I mean, obviously roster spots are valuable here, but I still don't think this is a telltale sign that this guy can't be at least a backup quarterback in this league.
What did you make of Howard's performance altogether, including the 2 interceptions? Were they his fault?
Well, they probably weren't. And they're never 100% his fault, but the first one to Roman Wilson, you can talk about him flattening out or not flattening out his route or whatever. The ball was late. The ball wasn't thrown with enough pace to allow that interception. I don't care who would have ran that route. He needs to get on that a little bit quicker. And the second one, I mean, you can say it, but it wasn't a really good throw as well there as well. So if you're putting blame on him, I think Roman Wilson needs a little, but I'm putting 85% of that blame on the quarterback right there. But those are 2 really bad throws. And then you look at those and you're like, oh, that's just not, that's something you just see and just say, it's not a bad read. It was just a bad read and a bad execution and a bad throw. It was like the trifecta of
it looked like that. It looked like the interception that Neil O'Donnell threw in the Super Bowl to Larry Brown. That's how it looked, at least from where I was standing.
If he would have thrown that ball a pace quicker or a pace earlier, it probably would have been a touchdown. Or if he would have put some air under it a little bit over the safety's head, then maybe. That's stuff you learn with experience. I'm sure he's kicking himself right now over that throw, but that wasn't good. But he did complete, 10 of 15, something like that. So he was still able to move. It's not like he got much help either from the running game and the offensive line. So I'm not going to sit here and say that he played well, but there's reasonings behind everything that happened yesterday, and including Drew Aller. I mean, Aller looked good on one throw. I don't know about you, Austin. You watched him a lot more than me in college.
Yeah.
I think that's what we were talking about, where some of the footwork and some of the release points there. I'm thinking, what does he think he's doing? He's like throwing sidearm like Uncle Rico or from Napoleon Dynamite at times there. I'm like, what is going on here? I know he got some pressure there, but that was not pretty at all, some of those release points he had.
Yeah, and he gets out of his mechanics a little bit. That's just kind of we're working through it, trying to get him right type of mechanics that really were never worked with him, I think, at all with Kodo Nicky's staff and James Franklin.
Austin, I don't think it helped Will Howard of how successful he was against the Packers, because they put him in a situation where he was very ready for, that 2-minute drill, while the Packers weren't. So the expectations rose after he was able to pepper them down the field on stuff he practiced, that same probably 5 or 6 plays hundreds of times over a month, and it put him in a good position. Now he's just going out there being a regular quarterback, and then you see some flaws pop up. So I think the expectations were a little bit greater because of that one drive. But you remember week one of the preseason, those other 2 drives weren't very pretty. So I think they put him in that situation to succeed there, and it really, I think, come back and change our opinion of him, thinking that he was not a project, that he could really be a guy that could step in there as a number 2. We saw that he still has a way to go.
Okay, so what are the expectations supposed to be then, Mark? Like, if the expectations were too high, where he went from not scoring a touchdown and making a couple of nice throws to what? I didn't think the expectations rose that much.
Well, I think we thought after the Packers game that this guy could be that number 2. How many times did you hear that this past week? Get rid of Mason Rudolph because, Will Howard could be the number 2. He can show it. And I think that was based off that one drive.
Wasn't that supposed to be the
Packers?
That was supposed to be the thought, like at the beginning of camp, and even before that, I thought that this was the battle people were watching. It's Howard versus Rudolph, trying to determine who's the backup quarterback. Will Rudolph still be on this roster by the end of the preseason? I mean, I think it's definite now, unless they trade him.
Well, to me, there was never really a question of who the backup quarterback was going to be. I thought the question was always going to be if they're going to keep 3 or 4 and slot the other 2 in where they need to be slotted in at. I'm still thinking that's still a very good likelihood or a possibility here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not willing to get rid of Will Howard based off of 25 snaps, 30 snaps of poor play. I mean, the guy could turn. I mean, when he got drafted, I looked at Will Howard and said, you know what? If he ends up being a long-time backup, that's a huge win.
Yeah, it's a 6th-round pick. It is.
He still can be that guy. I don't know about the starter or anything like that. That's to be determined. But I think he's just very capable of being a long-time backup.
Well, let me ask you this then. Regarding Jerry Dulac's report that says sources are telling him that it'll be Howard and Aller both on the 53-man roster, what does that tell you about the future of Rudolph? Does it say anything, or do you think that Jerry's maybe getting some bad intel?
He's talking about future this year or future next year?
They'll be on the 53 this year.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any doubt with the Rudolph. I mean, you have to understand. I mean, it's sitting there smacking everybody in the face and don't want to look at it. They want to win now. They feel that they got the roster that can win now, and why take a chance off of 2 guys that they have no idea that can go in there and win them a game? Yes, Mason Rudolph is not going to go in there and win you 14 games. That's not what they want from him. But Mason Rudolph can keep you afloat for a Week 12 or Week 13 game that might get you a division title, or it might, get you into the playoffs. That's what they want him for. So, regardless of how those other 2 guys play, you're not 100% sure that they would be able to do that. I'm pretty doggone sure that Mason Rudolph, if you're throwing him out there for 2 games in the middle of November, that he gives them a very good chance to win. I think that's how they look at it. They want to win now.
Do you think they're giving...
The problem is they want to win later, too, and they don't have any quarterbacks past this year, so that's what makes it a dilemma.
Do you think they're giving Aller any chance to be ahead of Howard on the depth chart this year? Because I think he's outperformed him.
I mean, I guess that's in the air. I mean, honestly, yeah, because at this point, I don't think that you're going to... that's a tough question now I think about.
Why wouldn't they,
though? You're keeping 4...
If they're keeping 4, it seems set in stone they're keeping 4. I mean, it seems everybody's trending in that direction.
Stone, but
if Jerry's to be believed, they're keeping 4.
Yeah, but the history says to you that rarely happens in the NFL. I mean, for 2 straight years, the Cleveland Browns assured everybody they were keeping 4 quarterbacks, and they traded Kenny Pickett and cut somebody the year before that. Unless there's some kind of crazy circumstances surrounding that, like RG3 back in... What was it, 20, whatever?
It's like 2012, right in that range, 2011.
He was coming off that knee injury. They weren't 100% sure with him. so they kept one in. They did it in Miami one time too as well. McCarthy's he's kept 2 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster, as many as he kept 3. Forget about 4. So I don't know if it's a foregone conclusion they keep it, but I think it's definitely trending that way. But as for Aller and who's the number 2 or who's the number 3, at that point, I don't think it matters because you'd probably, I guess so, because you'd dress one as the emergency quarterback and the other guy would just not be active, right? Yeah. So I don't see why Aller wouldn't be in that mix too. If it comes down to you're keeping 4 and who would be the number 3, the game day active or the emergency quarterback, I don't see why it couldn't be Aller this year.
How did you assess Drew Aller's performance yesterday? Because there were a lot of drops from guys that won't end up making the team. The offensive line was horrible. Like if you're the biggest Mason Rudolph cheerleader out there, I'm the biggest Drew Aller cheerleader out there, and I don't think he ultimately played that well, Mark. I just don't.
Well, I mean, he was playing with Doug Nestor. No offense to Doug Nestor and a couple other. Broderick Jones.
Yeah, Broderick Jones playing out there in the 4th quarter. By the way, it speaks glowingly for his future.
Yeah, he played probably every series except 2, maybe.
Yeah.
So they were getting a good look at him yesterday.
They don't like what they saw. I can tell you that.
And you had Caleb Johnson running the ball, and you had Earlman. He wasn't put in a very good situation to be able to be successful there. It's not like he played well either. I think he got away from some of his mechanics from time to time. However, then he throws the ball 50 yards down the field to a tight end that nobody's ever heard of, off balance right on the mark, and you're like, oh, geez. That's what I was telling people like last week. Drew Aller's going to make a throw where you're going to say, holy cow.
Yep.
What a throw. Then he's going to make a throw and say, what in the world was that? I think we saw that yesterday. I think Aller has a legit shot to start the game this Thursday and maybe play with a little better surrounding cast. So I think that will help him out a little bit. So he didn't play well, but I was anticipating that as well. The mechanics were just weird to me at times. That's all I thought.
So you think there's a good chance he starts against Buffalo?
I think so. They haven't been on the field yet. I don't think they go on the field until Monday, so we're not 100% sure of that yet, but I don't see why not. You're giving Howard a start. You might as well give him a start up in Buffalo. I would imagine the offensive line will get some reps too after that performance they put on.
Like, one more thing before we get to the line. Why are they putting Howard ahead of Aller? Is it because he was on the roster last year and obviously he's not a veteran, but they just want to give like a little bit of respect to Howard because he was also here last year and went through the process and already has like 1 year under his belt?
I don't know. I don't think the new coaching staff cares about that. I think that the fact that they just want to take a bit better look at Howard right now. There's zero chance that Drew Aller gets cut. I still think there's a little chance that Howard gets cut, but they want to see what he's able to provide. So, maybe next year at this time they have to draft a quarterback in the first round. They got to make some sort of decision, and they realize, hey, maybe Howard isn't this guy. He's not catching on. So I think they just want to get a closer look at a guy that they didn't really scout. They were all over Drew Aller for 4 or 5 months in this draft class process. So I think they just want to get to know Howard a little bit more. That's why he's ahead of him on the depth chart.
Mark Cavalli, the Pat McAfee Show with us. Mark, this is now 2 weeks in a row that the first team offensive line just looked bad. Like, they did not look good. Yeah. I said a couple weeks ago, this is like, and you'll be able to relate to this as a huge Pirates fan yourself, a big Pirates downer. My big take on this, on just as a whole, what position group terrifies me. I said at the start of the Pirate year, I said the bullpen is going to be bad. Now, it's been worse than I could have even imagined, than any of us could have imagined. I am very concerned about this offensive line. I like Fatanu as a player. I love Zach Frazier, and I think McCormick is good, but I don't like shifting them to the left side. I don't think Anderson's a starter. They don't have a starting right tackle. I am very concerned about this offensive line. Should I be?
Well, first of all, you're going to relate this to the Pirates. You'd have a starting guard on the bench and just decide to, make him the closer in the last half of the season and just realize he could throw 102 miles an hour like Mason Montgomery.
Now, I don't think that I don't think they're going to be as bad as the Pirate bullpen became. Let me preface it with that. But I think this is like a weak spot on the team people are going to be looking at significantly throughout the season. That's my point.
I mean, the past 4 years, it's been very similar. They've really slowed to get up to speed here, and I don't think they can afford to do that right now. A lot of moving parts. I think the lack of practice time with this weather might have hurt them more than anything else. But I think what McCarthy needs to do right now is he needs to stop this. Let's see who the right guard might be. Let's do this combination. If so-and-so gets hurt, he has to go with his 5 guys, make that decision now, and move forward right now, because I don't think it's helping. I mean, you went first 4 series were switched back and forth. I mean, you rarely ever see that.
Yeah, Cook and Jones, right?
They brought in Hoffman and Jones, I believe. Then went back to Anderson and Cook. They did that in the first 4 series, and they didn't even tell those guys. I mean, that was not like, hey, guys, we're going to switch it up in the second series. It was like the second series, hey, get out there, sort of like an injury. I think they're preparing a little bit too much for what might happen rather than getting these guys together. I still think there's a ton of talent, obviously, for Frazier, Fatanu, McCormick. I don't think there's a big deal moving them from right to left. You just have to make a decision of what you're doing and do on the right side. If it's Cook, keep him there. If it's Anderson, keep him there for a half. I think that's been the biggest problem right now. It's just they're trying to find a combination of what if somebody gets hurt, who goes in, rather than, the 5. They need to make that decision now of who that 5 is and move forward here.
So if they're bad on the first game of the year against Atlanta and they get pushed around, Mark Cavalli will blame the weather, even though they have the new indoor facility to be able to work.
You mean up
at St. Vincent?
That place that's a nice facility, but it's kind of tight for a 90-man roster. I think it's only a 60-yard field.
Yeah, it is kind of. The field is a little small, but it's a really nice facility.
Either. Yeah, it's a nice facility. Probably not for a pro team, though.
Yeah, but if you're working offensive line drills, you don't need that. If you want a cohesion for the line, it doesn't matter how big the field is.
Yeah, we've seen it every season. What was that, like 3 years ago? The Matt Canada slight adjustment in the blocking schemes turned it around, and Najee Harris went crazy, and they won 7 of their last 9. Last year, I remember asking the guys every single week, what's going on? It's coming along. And finally it comes along. They're just very slow to get to where they need to go. And they can't afford to do that, Austin. I mean, you got to be very, very good in these first half of the season.
Yeah.
And you got a 42-year-old coming back in about 3 weeks. You better have that figured out. And it is concerning right now because they haven't played well. But another thing, they haven't played a ton. A lot of times, they can figure things out in games as well. And maybe they look bad in the first quarter, then they look better in the second half as well. So they really haven't played a ton of snaps together, too. But I would imagine all those guys will be out there against Buffalo.
Did Roman Wilson hurt his case to be Steelers wide receiver 3, or did Jeremy Bernard, who seemingly disappeared yesterday, I think he had 1 target, just not do enough to be... Where was he? How many snaps did he have?
I didn't even see. I didn't even look.
I could barely see him on the field. I just don't know. I don't know what happened. He was announced as a starter, and he was barely out there.
Here's the thing. McCarthy wanted to take a look at a lot of the younger guys over these next 2 games, and maybe he just saw enough what he needed to see from Bernard, which is crazy when you think about it because he's a rookie. But no, I don't think Roman Wilson. I think he's taken a little bit too much heat for those 2 interceptions.
I agree.
Based off of a former quarterback that I never heard of's tweet.
Who?
Did you hear about this one?
No.
There's some I don't even know who it is.
I saw somebody blaming Roman Wilson. Maybe that's what I saw, and I just didn't recognize the name.
I don't know. Well, whatever. You don't know, but I think he's taken. I think all four of them. I think it's status quo for those guys. I still think Roman will start the season as your number 3, and Bernard will work his way in there. Maybe eventually take over, or not. But the running game wasn't there yesterday. Hey, Caleb Johnson everybody was worried about him.
Yeah, how'd you feel about Caleb Johnson? He got out there. He played a little bit.
Other than the time somebody breathed on him, he felt he couldn't break a tackle. Everything else was pretty good.
Did Caleb Johnson earn a roster spot, Mark?
I mean, I didn't see any Travis Homer. Did you?
No. Is that a good thing for Travis Homer or a bad thing?
I think.
Did they sit him because they know he's already going to be on the roster?
No, I don't think. I mean, come on.
Not for Travis Homer.
I still think they keep 2. I think it's either they're going to keep 2 or it's going to be Caleb.
What do you mean 2?
Travis, I mean, only Dowdle and Warren.
And then Johnson's the third.
Or, no, put one of those guys on the practice squad and have Nowakowski in there. Or if you're going to go with the third, you would go with Johnson. I mean, I had Homer initially making my roster. I think people talked me into that. I still don't think he provides enough value for them to do that. But Caleb Johnson, I mean, nothing was spectacular yesterday, but at least it was a little bit better than what we saw from him the first 2 years or the first year and a half.
Any chance Eli Heidenreich makes the team, or is he destined for the practice squad?
He's probably practice squad. The question is if somebody else would be interested in him. I don't know how interested he would be from leaving his hometown team to go to another practice squad.
Probably not.
At least the first year, you know?
Would anybody take Caleb Johnson? Like, if they just outright cut him, they put him on waivers, he's available for somebody, is anybody going to take him? I think somebody would.
Well, it's probably somebody who, if they fell in love with him in his Iowa tape and never looked at his pro tape yet.
They didn't see him not picking up the ball in the end zone and running out with it?
Yeah, I mean, he really didn't have much opportunity after that last year, but I guess if you're Caleb Johnson, I don't know if you had an opportunity to go somewhere else, why wouldn't you want to go at this point? Did
Brian Angelico or Patrick Graham say anything interesting today at Coordinator Day?
I was not there today. I was at a scrimmage-based football game between Thomas Jefferson and Bethel Park for 9 and 10-year-olds.
How did little Cavalli do?
I don't know. He was playing some left tackle. Very Marvell Smith of him.
Wow. Is he a future Anthony Munoz in the making?
I think at one point he might have 4 holds in a row.
Oh,
very possible.
Man. He had a worse drive than Broderick Jones when he had 3 penalties on, 3 consecutive plays.
Oh, man. You know what the funny thing is? They wear the same number.
77. Oh, that's a bad omen, Mark. I think he's got to change his number immediately. Go to 76, Troy Fatanu. Now he can go to the left side of the offensive line and not perform well.
Yeah. Well, in these days, you could put any number. The center's number 5. So
number 5? How are these numbers determined if your son gets 77 and the center is 5?
You put 3 down and they choose which one's not taken, I guess. Hey, 77. You want to be, if you're a big offensive, defensive lineman, that's what you want, right? I mean, I don't know if the Steelers have a really good history of number 77s other than Marcus Gilbert.
Broderick Jones.
Steve Corson.
How do you think Malsey feels about the Broderick Jones pick?
No, he doesn't bring that up much, does he?
No, not often.
But, I was wrong, but then he changes the subject a lot.
Fascinating enough. Did you hear that?
Yeah, Malsey's not a big fan of any Steelers former quarterbacks. I don't know who do you think he hates worse, Rodgers or Roethlisberger?
I think it has to be Ben, right? I mean, he made a living at times not liking Ben, and Ben calls him out on his podcast.
Do you think Joe Starkey knows what happened in yesterday's game? Right now?
Oh yeah, I'm sure he watched the game. Why? What do you think?
Joe.
What is Joe doing?
If he had a big golf outing, he would have been like me, thinking,
Well,
What's going on?
Joe did have, based on reports, a big golf outing that he was at with some very important people yesterday.
Oh.
So he was at a...
Ron Cook?
I don't know if Ron was there. It wasn't... So instead of the Cook and Joe show, it was Cook and Jones last night on the Steelers offensive line trying to cook up some success. I think Joe probably shot like a 79 at the course. I don't know for sure, but that's my guess. That is my guess that Joe had a good performance. And yeah, he definitely watched the game, Mark. He had to have. It's his
Did
job.
you watch it live?
I'm going to guess he watched half of it live. And he's going to go back and watch the rest.
Let me tell you something, Limits. They stink.
Limits. Drew Aller did not have that great of a day, but Will Howard, oh my, Limits. Limits, I don't think he's a starting quarterback. That's going to make a lot of Ohio State fans really upset, Limits. Did you hear that him and Pony are going to Buffalo next week for the preseason game against the Steelers with a fan listener?
Ooh, is that Steve from Latrobe?
I don't think it's Steve from Latrobe. We don't. It has not been announced who the fan listener is. We're not aware of who the fan listener is.
Johnny the Barber.
Man, wouldn't that be hilarious?
Or what's his name from Washington? What's his name again?
Paul in Washington. He called the show earlier.
Paul in Washington. Yeah, it could be him. I'm sure he was very positive about the outcome.
Now, he is not a fan of Will Howard. He is a Will Howard basher. Now, did you hear, Mark, that when Penn State plays its opener coming up in a couple of weeks here against Marshall, I am going to the game with a fan listener as well.
Huh.
Now, it has still not been revealed to me who this fan listener is. I don't even think it's been determined yet. I don't think the random drawing has been pulled.
Yeah, what you probably should do is just go with intern Dom. That would make the most sense.
Dom, did you put in an entry to go to this game?
No, because I told you I'm already going up that weekend.
He is.
So, but Mark, every time Austin and I have been in Penn State at the same time, he never reaches out to hang out with me. And that's fine.
You know why, Mark? How am I supposed to know, other than through mental telepathy, that Dom is also there? Like, how am I supposed to know if he's there?
I have a feeling that he thinks that, Dom, you will find some dirt on him to bring back to Starkey or something, or Pony,
Great
and make
point.
him look bad. That's why.
It's a great point by Mark.
Dom, I reached out to you the last time that you were up there.
Austin
and you
reaches
did not
out
come
at
and find me.
Austin reaches out at 9 p.m. when we're both drunk. I'm not going to get that text message when you send it to me.
I was like that non-invite thing. Hey, let's go out.
The only reason why I knew you were there is you posted something on like your Instagram story, and I was like, "You're here right now? How was I supposed to know that?"
Yeah.
So I could throw it right back at you. Why don't you ever text me whenever you're there? There's a higher
I don't know when
likelihood that
you're
I'm
up.
going to be there.
Listen, when I'm at school, when I was in school, I don't know what's going on back here. I'm out of the loop. But I do post. I'm out of the loop, but I still post that I'm going to Penn State. So you should have known that.
So you think that I should automatically be stalking over your social profiles to see that instead of sending a, "Hey, Limits, I'll be up here this weekend. Let me know if you are."
Yes, you have a full-time job. I don't know what you're doing on the weekends.
I get texts from Sean Myers, "Hey, are you going to the game today?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "All right, let's meet up." And I'm like, "Cool." Just do something simple like that.
Mark, I think you should come up for the home opener. I can get you into some frat parties. I can get you into some...
I can't wait for the joke Mark's going to make from this.
You know, you have a better chance of me running a marathon or something. I would not be caught dead. First of all, I don't like people.
If you didn't realize that before.
To be able to be put in like a frat house or a packed bar would just drive me absolutely bonkers at my age. I would just go nuts.
That's showing his age with bonkers.
Oh, bonkers is a good word.
Bonkers
Should be bringing back. Honestly, it would just drive me insane. And I would just leave.
Did you have shag carpeting in your house growing up?
No, but we had a television that didn't have a remote, so you had to go up and just change the channel by your hand.
Yeah, my dad likes to tell me that all the time. He's like, "You constantly change the channel on this TV." We had to go up there and press the dial and move the dial on a TV, and it was in a wooden box.
And if I went to the grandparents' house, they had the antenna.
Yes.
That you would then set the antenna where you would have the old numbers listed, like 4, 11, 53. You'd have to turn it in the antenna on the top of the roof would point in a certain direction just to get the 3 channels. How about that?
Up until like 2 years ago, my grandmother in Youngstown had an antenna on her TV. Still.
Yes, actually go back to that. It's free.
Still has an antenna. Yeah.
It's free. It's free.
Thank you, Mark. I know you have a very important podcast to do with Chris Mack coming up.
Here's another thing: is you and Dom are like arguing like old married people here. This might be a good podcast for you two to get together.
I think that would be a really good podcast.
If Austin doesn't want to see me at Penn State, I doubt he'll want to do a podcast.
Again, it's not that I don't want to see you. That is not at all the case. If I knew you'd be there, then I would make plans with you. So I'm making plans with you right now for the season opener because I will be up there with a fan listener.
I'm going to be busy that weekend.
Oh, and now he's busy, Mark.
I have plans at State College that weekend.
You see how it goes?
You guys could talk about that goofy Big Brother show that.
Oh, what a great show. Even though Mark tried out for Real World, but yet he's making fun of reality TV.
Seattle, absolutely.
Real World Seattle, but yet now he's making fun of reality TV and Big Brother.
I sent in a videotape. If that videotape ever surfaced somehow, I would be ruined.
Man, I hope we see that. What were you doing in this videotape to try to get on the show? Were you doing like weird stunts and saying odd things about yourself?
That will go to the grave with me there, the limits.
I can only imagine. Is it as entertaining as go ahead, what are you going to say?
I should have been on that show. I would have made it. I'd have been like Puck from Real World San Francisco. They'd have kicked me out after like a week.
Man, I would have loved to have seen you on a reality show. It's like how I want to go on Big Brother. I feel like it would be a lot of fun. I don't know if I'd make it that far, but I feel like it would be entertaining at least.
Big Brother fan producer version of it.
Could you imagine the content that Craig would get from that? Through the roof.
Just like you and Dom going to Penn State together, that'd be some good content.
Thank you, Mark. We'll talk soon.
All right, we'll see.
That's Mark Cavalli of the Pat McAfee Show.
We were bonding over Outer Banks.
Yes, we were bonding over Outer Banks. I think people have this notion that is untrue, that you and I don't like each other. And that is like 1,000% like not true.
Man, it's not true at all.
We like each other. I think we respect each other. Do we get on each other's nerves at times? Yes.
Yeah.
But it happens.
Now listen, the only reason I go at you sometimes when I do is just because I love you.
Yeah. I mean, I feel the same way.
Right.
Like, I don't know if the way that the shots that Callis takes at me are with the same intentions.
Mm-hmm.
But
see, now that, because you and I, no issue. You and Callis, I think there's a discussion.
Yeah. Like, I like Callis. I think he's a good guy. I've told him that. I've told him before, Callis, I think you need to stand up for yourself more. Like, you're a good guy. Like, don't let people, push you around at times.
Mm-hmm.
And, Callis likes to make jokes about me. I've made some jokes about Callis. I'm not innocent here. We've made jokes about each other.
Mm-hmm.
I would like us to find some common ground.
Right.
Well,
you guys see each other. Guy. You guys see each other every day.
Callis does not say hello to me in the morning. I say hello to him occasionally, but sometimes I can tell he's not in a good mood, so I just don't say anything.
You just don't even acknowledge.
I'll just let him do his thing.
Yeah. I think by 10 a.m., Callis kind of reaches his limit.
The boiling point.
He reaches the boiling point.
Yes, the boiling point.
Got to let him, leave the control room and decompress. So,
nice.
Yeah,
decompress.
I was telling you off air, I had to spend 3.5 hours with him during the Pirate game last night.
Yeah, I saw pictures that were being sent in.
Yeah, and some of the conversations that we were having.
How were those conversations?
Can't talk about them on air, but they were interesting. I told you, Callis was up for almost 24 hours, as was I. So I think we were both kind of at the boiling point.
A little bit of a round of applause for Callis there. That's a long day. I remember when Crowley used to produce the morning show, and then he would host the evening show on Fridays before he became full-time host on the morning show. Those are long days, man. Like, I remember when I was still part-time working for both stations, when I was working, because I started producing at KDK first before I got full-time with the Fan. I remember I would spend days where I would produce the morning show on like Tuesdays and Fridays here. And on Tuesdays, I would go from producing the morning show, podcast everything, be done by like 11. I would just hang out until like 1 o'clock, and then I would produce the Rick Dayton show from like 2 to 6, and then I would go work a volleyball or a basketball game at night.
Oh, my God.
I have never been sicker in my entire life.
The grind.
Never. I felt like I was constantly ill, and I was like constantly just not feeling like myself because I was getting like 6 hours of sleep here, 4 hours of sleep there, 8 hours the next day, then 4 hours again. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night thinking that I had to leave for the morning show. And then there were other times when I realized, oh, you just fell asleep. It's 4 p.m.
I'll tell you, like...
That's an odd feeling, man.
I've only done the morning show during like holidays.
Yeah.
So there have been stretches where I'll do it for 3 straight days. By the second day, I feel like I'm dead.
Yeah. It's an adjustment period.
Like I don't think people realize, because you got to get up at 3:30, which doesn't sound that bad, but when you're actually doing it,
yeah,
and then you come here and then you have to be on for 5 hours, you are exhausted by the time you walk out of here.
Especially like some people are just naturally night owls.
Yeah,
and they work better at night than they do during the day. Like I feel like I am still like my full self more so at night than I am if you wake me up early, because like I don't drink coffee. I feel like I would drink coffee every single day if I was on the morning show.
I don't know how else you get through it, because I'm not a morning guy.
Yeah.
Like when I was in college, I slept until 11, and even then I was tired when I got up.
I didn't sleep that late, but I did sleep late at times in college. Like if I had a 10 a.m. class, I slept till 9:30, and then I walked up the hill to class.
Yeah. See, if I had a class before 10, most likely it was getting skipped that day.
When I was at RMU, we lived with 2 of our close friends from Baldwin, and we would have an 8 a.m. class, and my good friend Andrew Golvash would be playing video games until 2:30 in the morning on the TV, and I would hear him in the headset, like he'd have his headset on talking to friends back home. That was a topic for a lot of fun discussions.
Man,
It was fun with my boy Golby.
Nothing like college living. Nothing like it, Limits.
Yeah, it's unique. I'm reading some texts, and I'm trying to see if there's any that should go on the air here.
Are they still calling you a Will Howard hater on the text line?
There was one person in particular that was doing that.
Right.
I think it's just George and Plum.
It's just him?
It's just George and Plum texted. We love George. He's a very frequent texter. When I mean very frequent, he's like our number one texter. And George and Plum says, I get 4 hours of sleep every time the Pomp and Joe show is on.
It's a funny comment.
He must be texting in his sleep.
Yeah.
All the texts that George sends in.
I still don't have access to the text line, by the way.
Seriously.
I feel like you're the only person who has access to it.
No, I think Pony does. I know Crowley does. Crowley's on the text line a lot. I think Callis might, but no, I'm more so a text line guy than I am in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, the YouTube chat is just
Callis is huge in the YouTube chat. Malsey is huge in the YouTube chat. We've had people call in from the YouTube chat into the show before.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I love our YouTube chat, faithful.
Very great amount of people in that YouTube chat. They are fun.
It's a cast of characters, I can tell you that much.
Oh, it is a cast of characters. There are some unique things that are discussed in that YouTube chat. All right, Dom, we completely screwed over the clock like it was a 10 to 2 Starkey show. Up next, 2 topics on the table before we preview Pirates and Dodgers. 1, Steelers winners, Steelers losers from the 17-0 loss to the Jets. And the offensive line for the Steelers. Are you concerned? Should you be concerned? And how high is that level of concern if you are concerned? We'll talk about how concerning it is coming up next. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Chance of rain this evening at the 5 o'clock hour is especially when it is supposed to rain, so be careful out there. Low of 67 degrees, Rickard Raquel. Mostly sunny and a high of 74, Spencer Anderson. That's tomorrow. And a low of 61 degrees. Austin Bechtold with you on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Dodgers tonight, 7 o'clock. Listen right here on The Fan and the free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander has the leadoff show at 6. Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
in very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
It's the final lap of the summer sales drive. This is your last chance to secure end of summer savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Like a new 2026 Outlander, the most affordable 3-row SUV on the market. Backed by Mitsubishi's 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 5-year, 60,000-mile basic limited warranty. Drive yours home today for 0% APR for 72 months.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy. Change wisely.
Culture is one of those sports words that gets absolutely beaten to death. Chris Muller here. Every team has great culture in August. Every coach loves the locker room. Everybody's pulling in the same direction. Then somebody loses 3 games, and suddenly we find out what's actually real. I think companies work the same way. Everybody says they care about people. The test is what happens after they already have your business. That's what sold me on Page and Awaken 180. When I started, I had a busted up knee, a second kid at home, and absolutely no interest in becoming somebody's inspirational before and after photo. Page wanted to know how my actual life worked and how they could make the program fit inside it. Then the coaches kept doing that week after week. They knew what was going on, adjusted when life got weird, and never treated me like radio guy number 7. I lost 35 pounds and kept it off. That's culture, not what's printed on the wall. What happens when nobody's watching. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for Arthritis Pain Relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh yeah. because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use is directed for minor arthritis pain.
Life doesn't slow down, and Spitzer knows you need a vehicle that keeps up. That's why prices are going down during the big price drop event at Spitzer Toyota. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 25,079. VIN TP 493243. Front wheel drive model 1852. 29.99 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee. Zero security deposit 10K miles per year. Ends 8/31/26.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore. From historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $349 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and they're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing, 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends August 31st, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Culture is one of those sports words that gets absolutely beaten to death. Chris Muller here. Every team has great culture in August. Every coach loves the locker room. Everybody's pulling in the same direction. Then somebody loses 3 games, and suddenly we find out what's actually real. I think companies work the same way. Everybody says they care about people. The test is what happens after they already have your business. That's what sold me on Page and Awaken 180. When I started, I had a busted up knee, a second kid at home, and absolutely no interest in becoming somebody's inspirational before and after photo. Page wanted to know how my actual life worked and how they could make the program fit inside it. Then the coaches kept doing that week after week. They knew what was going on, adjusted when life got weird, and never treated me like radio guy number 7. I lost 35 pounds and kept it off. That's culture, not what's printed on the wall. What happens when nobody's watching. Awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Make life easier by getting your Medicaid and Medicare benefits from the same company. PA Health and Wellness and WellCare. 2 names, 1 company. Learn how your benefits can work together at pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
Pennsylvania, the casino floor is now at your fingertips with the Hollywood Casino app. Don't miss your chance at their wide cash jackpots with over $1 million paid out monthly. Now's your chance to join thousands of other winners. They've got all your favorites, including over 2,000 slot games, tables, and live dealers. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or MyReset.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, Get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Greetings from Breeze Airways, your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville, Kentucky, and 5 other destinations. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Enjoy nonstop flights and send a postcard home from somewhere new this year. Breeze makes it easy with nonstop flights, flexible change policies, and a seriously nice onboard experience. Enjoy premium seating with Breeze Ascent, plus high-speed Wi-Fi and tasty snacks. Book today at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice.
It only happens once a year. The Model Year Sell-Down event is happening now at Bobby Rahal BMW of South Hills. For 10 days only, August 13th through the 22nd, get the best pricing of the year on every remaining 2026 BMW. Every vehicle is clearly tagged with their best price. But hurry, these offers are available on in-stock vehicles only. First come, first served, and every 2026 must go. Visit Bobby Rahal BMW of South Hills today.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Dodgers tonight, 7:15. Jared Jones versus Tarek Skubal. You can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander has the leadoff show at 6 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it, the consistent run presence, but with that, I think you have to call, you got to call it that way too, and that's, I'm trying to let 2 young quarterbacks play more than they had a pretty good leash today. I wasn't playing it close to the best and trying to beat their defense based on the calls that they were, coming, and I love it when they, I love the pressure that they gave us. That's great work for. Our front, both the pass pro and the quarterbacks, so, the coverage part of it, the route running and, like I said, right, the execution, the details of the execution, it was not consistent enough tonight, and it showed up.
Execution, the big word for Mike McCarthy, whether it's the quarterbacks, whether it's the running backs, whether it's an offensive line that just flat out did not play well. Like, let's ask this question, and we're going to do this later on in this segment too, when we do winners and losers. Who played well in this game? Like, there were a couple of people that I identified as winners. One of them being the punter, Cameron Johnston. Really nice when the punter is one of the 3 game balls for winners on your team. But when I watched the offensive line, and look, when they originally made the switch, McCormick, you're going to right guard. Fatanu, you're going to left tackle. Or, you get what I'm saying. They're both going to the left side. I thought, okay, they played those positions in college. They have familiarity there. It's a different boat, though, when you're in the NFL. It's not completely learning how to ride a bike again, but you're still learning a unfamiliar position in the pros. Like, playing shooting guard in college basketball is a little bit different than it is playing shooting guard in the NBA. The game is different. Maybe it's, not as big of a change because it's still an offensive line group, the actions that you're taking, and it's still the same style of football. It's not going from Pop Warner to high school or anything like that, but it's a change. And it's different from when you go from left side college, left side pros, when you've already played a couple of years on the right side in your NFL career. It's an adjustment. It's a difference. And I don't think that the Steelers have done a good enough job of being able to usher those two in on the left side. Two guys who I think are quality starters, who were good on the right side of the line, helped anchor that side, especially when the left was a rotating door between, a revolving door between Broderick Jones, Dylan Cook, Isaac Seumalo, who sometimes was hurt, and sometimes you thought, okay, is he making up for the mistakes of Dylan Cook or Broderick Jones? Why is he not playing as well as many people thought that he could? And then he ends up getting a big deal in Arizona. So the offensive line through the first 2 weeks, if you don't want to overreact to quarterbacks, fine. Offensive line is something that I've been concerned about since the start. I don't think they did a good enough job of addressing right guard, where it's, okay, Brock Hoffman will bring in this journeyman that's played some time, had some starts, but still, he's not somebody who's been a consistent NFL starter. I would have felt better if they brought in a Isaac Seumalo type for that role. It seems like Jennings Dunker is not progressing nearly as quickly as people would have expected or would have hoped. He is still good as a run defender, but as a pass blocker, he's not there yet. So when you look at this offensive line and where they could get exposed, where the offense in general could get exposed, one of the main facets of the offense that Artie Smith ran. And I saw a Cordero Patterson jersey yesterday at the game, which I thought was absolutely hilarious. There were so many odd pulls of jerseys that I saw. Cordero might have been the strangest. There was also a Daniel Sepulveda jersey. I digress. The difference between the Artie offense and the Mike McCarthy offense, at least we hope, is the timing. How quickly the ball was out of Aaron Rodgers' hand. And by doing so, what needs to happen is that this offensive line needs to protect Aaron Rodgers. This offensive line couldn't protect Mason Rudolph in the first preseason game. They couldn't protect Will Howard at all in this game. They couldn't protect Drew Aller last night. They were poor. They looked like a backup offensive line. They looked like a line that was under constant and consistent pressure, and that's without going up against Micah Parsons for Green Bay last week. That's without facing significant reps later on in the game because they were taken out after the first half against pass rushers who can learn their tendencies as the game goes on. So am I concerned about this offensive line? Yeah, I am concerned about the offensive line. I'm worried that Zach Frazier anchoring it in the middle is not going to be enough. I think Frazier's a really good player. He has the chance to be an all-pro this year. He is that talented. He is that consistent of a player. It's like Creed Humphrey, a couple of others that you can throw in there. I like Linderbaum. But then Zach Frazier is right there with the top centers in the NFL. He's a top 5 center right now. And I don't think that's looking through black and gold colored glasses. I know he hasn't, been a consistent Pro Bowl type of guy. He should be. Zach Frazier is underrated. He is not respected enough nationally. He's just not. I think Troy Fautanu has a very solid NFL future, but it's going to be an adjustment period on the left side. And when you look at Mason McCormick, again, somebody who I think is a good NFL starting type of player, it's going to take time to move to the left side of the line. It is. It's going to be an adjustment period. I don't care if you played it there in college. Sure, that matters. It's going to take some time getting there in the NFL. They need more reps. That's why they played pretty much the whole entire first half, even though they rotated with Hoffman and Anderson and Cook and Broderick Jones. Let one unit go out there and play a consistent amount of time and let them gel together. And maybe that's part of the problem here. Maybe they haven't had enough consistent snaps playing with each other because we know how important offensive line communication is. Somebody blows an assignment, the whole play is dead. On a running play, if somebody pulls when they're not supposed to, or you block the wrong guy, or you pick the wrong gap, the play is dead on arrival. So offensive line play It's not the sexy topic. It's not quarterbacks and wide receivers. It's not pass rushers. It's not interior defensive linemen. It's important. And so far, what we've seen from this offensive line is a cause for concern. Like, it's a worry. And again, preseason, not putting full stock into it. See how they fare week 1 against Atlanta. It might be completely different. They might be just testing things out in the preseason, but I want to see this group have a chance to gel together. Just announce Spencer Anderson as the starter. As much as I don't think he should be, they should have went out and got somebody. Make him the starter. Dylan Cook or Broderick Jones. Who is it? Max Ahanichor cannot come back soon enough. That's why you drafted him in the first round, because is Broderick Jones an NFL starting tackle? There are questions. I would think probably not. They didn't pick up the 5th-year option. He's been hurt. He's been inconsistent. And he was better on the left side of the line last year, I think, than he was on the right side. Remember that drive? And we brought it up earlier in the show. It was like 3 consecutive plays. He had penalties. They were rotating him and Fatanu before Fatanu eventually just took the mantle. That was when Dan Moore, the unversatile tackle, had to be at left. Like, you can't move off Dan Moore. Dan Moore is so good. Then he got a big deal with the Titans and was constantly putting Cam Ward in harm's way. Max Ahanichor cannot get healthy soon enough, and when he does, he should be given every opportunity to take that spot. Maybe Dylan Cook was just a really good left tackle, but he can't play right. Maybe that is just a reality in the NFL, where we knock Dan Moore so much for not having versatility. Maybe Dylan Cook is just really good on the left side, can't play the right, and he will struggle. But that's part of my worry, man. That's part of my concern here. That the Steelers' offensive line, because the first 2 times they've gone out there, we've talked about the quarterbacks in depth. The quarterbacks, Aller and Howard, played well the first preseason game. They played bad the second preseason game. But the offensive line has played poorly in both. And if they go out there and lay another egg against Buffalo, we'll see how many starters they play. Buffalo, that is, against the Steelers' first-team offensive line. I would imagine that the offensive line is going to play a lot in Buffalo because they didn't really show us anything of consistent success through these first 2 preseason games. So what do you do if that's the case? Throw them out there again. Let them learn and gel and mold together. But you're basically banking on a lot of lottery tickets here. Spencer Anderson is a 7th-round pick, and Mike DeFabo told us yesterday when he joined Pomp and Joe, like, the assistant offensive line coach didn't even remember him when he called and said, "Hey, this is Spencer Anderson. Thanks for drafting me. I'm excited to be able to learn about the team." Yeah, he was a forgotten man, was the name of the story. And he's been able to carve out a nice role for himself. But sometimes we've seen it when backups become regular starters. We saw it in baseball. When Josh Harrison was a backup, became a regular starter, it didn't work out as well. Jared Triolo, fine backup, becomes a regular starter, albeit due to injuries. Bad. You see it at times with guys in hockey that are 3rd-line players that move up to 2nd-line players, and you realize, they're just not capable of living up to it. And we see that in the NFL, especially from the quarterbacks. Mason Rudolph plays 3 games, looks pretty solid. Then he goes to Tennessee, not an NFL starter. Or evaluating Mason Rudolph in general, can he be the Steelers' answer? This is obviously years ago. Plays a couple of games, has that year when Ben goes down. It's him and Duck Hodges. Duck Hodges takes over. Not an NFL starter. Mason Rudolph, that is. So that's just my concern with this offensive line. There are occasions. Well, backup, turn starter. Ramon Foster, undrafted. I think maybe 7th-round pick. Alejandro Villanueva. You develop him, former tight end, make him an offensive tackle. It works. And they've done a good job of mid-round picks, making them into starters. Remember Kelvin Beachum late in the draft. They've been able to do that with Marcus Gilbert, I think was maybe a 4th-round pick. Yeah, they've had high picks too, like DeCastro as a 1st and Marquise Pouncey as a 1st. But they've made it work with other guys in other positions where, sure, you put a 1st-round pick on Ahanichor. You put a 1st-round pick on Fatanu. You put a 2nd-round pick on Zach Frazier. You put a 4th-round pick on Mason McCormick. And Marcus Gilbert, because now this is going to frustrate me, He was a second-round pick, so I was wrong on that. But regardless, this offensive line has some cause for concerns, man. And last year, it was get the ball out of Aaron's hand, get it out of his hand, get it out, throw it, get the ball out. Don't let him get hit. Don't let Aaron Rodgers get sacked, get hit, get injured. I feel like this offensive line, the way that it's trending towards and the way that they've structured it, it's just so many moving pieces. It's a lot of changing parts. And I just don't think that's going to help them early on in the season. And it's going to create a risk that Aaron Rodgers gets hurt. 412-928-9370. They have been a struggle. A real struggle. Texter says Jay Hay was a great starter. He was at times, and it wasn't fair to lump him in the Triolo discussion because Jared Triolo has been just really bad all around for the Pirates, and his defense has even struggled this year. Nice man, not a great baseball player. But yeah, I mean, Josh Harrison was playing at times when other guys were hurt. He was bouncing around, utility guy. When he became a consistent, everyday third baseman, second baseman, I think that's when you started to see some of the wheels fall off a little bit. But Josh Harrison was one of my favorite players growing up. I was at the Jay Hay Mets rundown game. That was awesome. Winners and losers from last night's game. And 412-928-9370 if you would like to join in. Fan Twitter, you can watch the show on Twitter and tweet us at 93.7 The Fan, at Austin R. Bechtold as well, at Dom D. Tommaso. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Dom, these are my winners and losers. I want to go over them with you. Winners and losers from yesterday's game. Let's start with the winners. Let's start on a positive side. Winners, I think Robert Spears Jennings continues to be a winner. Late round pick, somebody in the secondary to help with depth. They need it. They've been looking for an extra safety. They've been trying to find somebody, whether it's Darnell Savage, who hasn't been able to stick on with the team. I mean, they cut him again. They cut him a couple weeks ago. And you also have the thoughts of Jordan Whitehead that were brought up. Jordan Whitehead was brought in for a visit, ultimately did not sign, but is still somebody the Steelers have brought in. So clearly they're looking for another safety. They're looking for more help in the secondary. Robert Spears Jennings, a 7th-round draft pick out of Oklahoma, I think has played pretty well for them. He's been a consistent tackler, has been okay in coverage, but is somebody that can come up, put his head down, make a tackle, make a play. Just I'd like to see him on special teams perform well, but he seems like a guy that the more he goes out there on the field, the more that he, catches a little bit of attention. He's not making huge splash plays, but he's doing the little things right. Winner, the Jets, for grabbing 2 interceptions. They had not had a pick since, I think, late December of 2024. The Jets last year, regular season-wise, maybe they had a pick in the preseason I forgot about, but in 17 games in the regular season, the New York Jets did not record an interception all year. Not one. Not a tip ball, not a gift pick that the quarterback just completely had a terrible read. Maybe it was a backup. Maybe they're facing Tua or one of Miami's backup quarterbacks they just threw in there playing in that division. No, they didn't have one pick, and they intercept Will Howard twice. So the Jets, a winner in that equation. Cam Johnston, the punter. Yes, the punter gets the third mention. He averaged 50.5 yards per punt. That's good. The Steelers, I feel like, have gone through a revolving door of punters, whether it was Brad Wing, Presley Harvin. Nice man. I met Presley Harvin once. He was a nice guy. Unfortunately, just not a good punter. And I think, Presley Harvin went through some things as well when he was, still on the team, unfortunately, that might have affected him too. I think he had I'm trying to remember what exactly happened with Presley Harvin. I think something happened with one of his family members. Yeah, it was his dad, Presley Harvin Sr., battled a long-term illness starting from his youth, and he passed away on Christmas morning of 2021. So there were some and then 2 weeks after his father's death, his grandmother passed away. There were some really unfortunate things that happened in Presley Harvin's Steelers tenure that, I think was a part of it too. Really nice guy. It was fun talking to him, the opportunity that I had. Just didn't work out for him. And so they've been a revolving door of punters. Last year, I don't even remember who last year's punter was. Cortlis Waitman. I thought he was solid, but he wasn't great. Cam Johnston, somebody who they brought in on a big contract a couple years ago, and I mean big, it was like 3 years and like $12 million or something, and then he got hurt, and he was out for the year, and he couldn't play for them. So they clearly like Cameron Johnston, and if he can consistently boom the ball 50 yards and flip the field, hey, good by me. You're a winner in last night's preseason game. With how bad the offense performed, we got to see Cam Johnston punt, and he was good at it. Caleb Johnson, a winner from yesterday's game. At least he was on the field. At least he had some snaps after only a couple in the first preseason game and being used as like the fifth string running back. Are you even on the team, Caleb Johnson? He had the most rushes of anybody, 10. Rico Dowdle had 5. Jalen Warren had 5. Lou Nichols had 3. Heidenreich only 2. They wanted to see Caleb Johnson, and that's something that Mike McCarthy talked about. It was important to get Caleb Johnson some reps.
Well, I was trying to give him some opportunities. I thought he did, he didn't get a whole lot last week. We're trying to balance things out. I think, I don't know how close you follow. We're trying to, move guys around, trying to, you're calling concepts based off of, who's in there, even in the passing game. But yeah, I thought he did a nice job between tackles. I thought he bounced the ball. I was able to get him in the perimeters a few times, but it was a conscious effort to, just to give him some more opportunities, probably more than didn't balance out with the other guys. So we got to make up, for that in Buffalo, because I want to make sure all those backs get their chances.
Yeah. So it sounds like Caleb Johnson, that was his chance. That was his opportunity. Did he take it and run with it? I don't think necessarily, but he didn't play bad. He wasn't great, but he wasn't horrible. So, Caleb Johnson, I guess. Did he save himself from getting cut? That remains to be seen. Welcome back, Landon Roberts. He's a winner, 4 tackles in the game. You can just tell the influence that he has on culture. And sometimes culture can be overrated, but I think that Landon Roberts brings something to this team that is necessary in the middle. He's a good run defender, and I just don't think Patrick Queen can play every single snap with Peyton Wilson next to him. And they need help at inside linebacker. They need more depth. And I think that Landon Roberts can help provide that. Deshaun Elliott back on the field. A big winner there. That was really cool to see Deshaun Elliott back on the field after the injury that he suffered last year. It kept him out for a majority of the season. And Patrick Graham talked about how cool it was to have Elliott back there, what he means to the defense.
It was good to see the physicality. I think about the run on the backside when he played the C-gap cutback, did a good job there. It was really nice to see him on that pass play on the 3rd and long, attack the ball, attacking the football. We got to do a better job coming out of the stack there so we could get to those balls, the recovery. But I thought he was a good job hawking the ball there. And then, I'm not on the sideline, but I could hear from the sideline in terms of the communication was positive, the leadership, and trying to lead by example. And then the energy, even when he was out of the game, just, pouring into the younger players, the less experienced players. I thought that was positive.
Yeah, Deshaun Elliott in the game overall, a couple tackles, a couple nice plays, just seeing communication was there. So I'd like to see him back out there on the field. Also thought Jack Sawyer played well. He had a sack for the Steelers, and his opportunities, batted ball too. Jack Sawyer was good. The losers, though, I think both quarterbacks end up being losers out of this. Will Howard, especially with the 2 picks. He wasn't that good.
Flash flood warning. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a flash flood warning for northern Allegheny County in southwestern Pennsylvania, southern Butler County in west central Pennsylvania, southern Beaver County in western Pennsylvania until 8:30 p.m. At 5:28 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 0.5 to 1.5 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar indicated. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include McCandless Township, Cranberry, Franklin Park, Aliquippa, Beaver Falls, Minnetka, Hampton Township, Harrison Township, Economy, Ambridge, Wexford, New Brighton, Beaver, Tarentum, Baden, Natrona Heights, Rochester, Brackenridge, and Harmony Township. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles.
So be careful out there, everybody. EAS alert there. Just discussing the fact that it's raining and raining pretty good out there right now. We have the blinds down, so I can't see how bad it is, Dom. But
no, it's bad.
It's bad.
We got them open back here. It's dark. It's windy. It's not good. It's not good at all. I told you during when the EAS alert was going off, you had the brilliant idea. We need Pomp to voice over the EAS alerts.
I think the EAS alert guy is terrifying.
Yeah.
He sounds like he's talking out of a 1940s phone booth with a muffled approach that sounds like you're driving through the rainstorm.
Yeah, right.
And also hearing the like dinging sound in the EAS alert system. Isn't the EAS alert system supposed to it's supposed to inform people, but I also think it's supposed to keep people calm.
Yeah.
Every time that I hear that voice, I get more nervous and anxious and scared about the weather.
Yeah, the guy should
be
be
a calming presence.
He should be like the flight attendant. Like, hey, everything's going to be fine. Avoid these areas and just keep it moving. This guy sounds like he's announcing the purge. And it's terrifying.
It's a robot that has never been updated. We have AI now that can speak in any different voice that we want. Why can't we have a new voice for the EAS system? I think that needs a significant upgrade. Or if we have Bob saying, flash flood warning out there, everybody. Be careful. The affected counties, Allegheny, Butler, Washington counties. Be careful out there. Westmoreland, you too. The rain could get up to 2 inches. Be careful. Do not go out there and hydroplane your car. Pull over if there is too much water.
Yeah. And he has the authority that if he tells me to avoid a road, I'm going to avoid it.
I'm going to listen to Bob.
Yeah. I think it's a great idea. Also, I mean, I do find it funny. Like, we all obviously need the EAS alerts, but
it's important.
I mean, like, who is driving into 10 inches of water? Like, do they think morons are driving around the roads during a storm?
Yes.
I mean, it's like,
yes.
There is a river and on Route 19. Don't drive into it. Well, no bleep. I'm not going to drive into it.
Well, you know, when sometimes we see like clips of somebody just drove into this huge like pile of water that looks like it's like 1.5 feet deep. Yeah.
I mean, I
that
guess.
does happen sometimes.
Well, that's why they say
Be careful out there, everybody.
If you're like driving around and there's supposed to be flooding everywhere, they say you're supposed to drive around with your windows down. In case you get in a flood and then your car stalls, you have a way out of the vehicle. Little survival skill for you.
That's a good point there. So the quarterbacks, both losers in the game. We don't have to rehash that point. I wrote Broderick Jones twice as a loser in this game. He was not good. He legitimately was just getting beaten on so many plays, whether it was against starters or backups. I've also lumped entire offensive line, first-team offensive line especially, as a loser. Think about this. Will Howard and Drew Aller are under constant pressure, and those guys can move. You know, they're not Lamar Jackson back there or Jaden Daniels, but they can move around. Aaron Rodgers can't at 42, 43. There's a reason why they got the ball out of his hands so quickly last year. Like, I don't think they're going to have him hold it that much longer this year, but they're going to have somewhat of a different approach. It's going to be a better offensive attack with McCarthy. I would hope so. But if this offensive line that's producing this poorly for these young quarterbacks that can move around, how bad is it going to be when Aaron Rodgers is out there? Also, Caden Wheatgen was not good. I mean, he had one nice return. I saw a rumbling on Twitter yesterday. Someone was talking about, maybe Caden Wheatgen will just get cut. I don't know if it was Pony or somebody that put it out there as like one of those rumors. But, I mean, I tell you what, I did not think Caden Wheatgen played well. He had a fumble that ultimately, was it a horse collar tackle? Was it not a horse collar tackle? Did the Did the Jets get enough feet down after recovering the fumble? Regardless, Weechin was drafted to be a returner in the 4th round. He needs to show something and not give the ball away to be able to make me feel confident in him moving into the regular season. And, there were receivers that didn't catch, that were, second, that were really just 3rd and 4th string guys. The first team defense gave up a touchdown to Geno Smith. The idea of Mike McCarthy developing quarterbacks took a hit in this game. They didn't score any points against the Jets. Not a good game really for anybody, other than some of those winners that we mentioned. But there were more losers than winners in a 17-0 loss to the Jets. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It is raining out there, so be careful. Low of 67 degrees or Carter Kell. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high of 74. Spencer Anderson. Up next, and yeah, I did say piles of water. Somebody pointed that up there on the text line. Yeah, well, how about large masses of water? Sometimes I just misspeak because I talk so fast and I screw up sayings and phrases. It happens. Up next, we get you ready for Pirates and Dodgers. Recapping last night's game that ended in an extra inning loss. Pirates had a chance. O'Neal Cruz with a 2-run home run late in the game tied it for them, but Gregory Soto gave it up against Tommy Edman in the 10th inning. And we're going to talk to Paul Alexander as well to get you ready for Buccos and Dodgers as he'll have the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. All that and more. Austin Bexel with you on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Oh, Austin just said it. Pirates and Dodgers tonight, 7:15. Jared Jones for Pittsburgh, Tarek Skubal for LA, and you can listen to it all right here on 93.7 The Fan and the free Odyssey app. The great Paul Alexander will have the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show at 6 o'clock. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Recently, our company's softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later. Sound familiar, Dale? Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
South Hills Kia, let's go. The 2027 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $259 a month. And the all-new 2026 Kia K4 LXS, only $209 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $3,499 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends August 31st, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore. From historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Bobby Ray Hall Motor Car Company in Wexford and Mercedes-Benz of Pittsburgh on Baum Boulevard, the 2027 models are arriving, and they need to clear out the 26 inventory. During a year-end sales event August 13th through the 22nd, every new in-stock 26 Mercedes-Benz is tagged with its best price of the year. Take advantage of the model year-end change. It's absolutely the best time to buy. But don't wait. These offers will not be replicated. Visit Bobby Ray Hall Motor Car Company in Wexford or Mercedes-Benz of Pittsburgh on Baum Boulevard, August 13th through the 22nd.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Crowley here for Hampton Beer Outlet. Yes, it's still hot, but football is in the air, and soon the leaves will be changing. Maybe some October baseball on the way. Well, how about some October beers at Hampton Beer Outlet? They're already out. That's right. Oktoberfest beers, pumpkin beers. They got them already, and it's never too early for the rich taste of fall beers. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet today. Drive a little, save a lot. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Life doesn't slow down, and Spitzer knows you need a vehicle that keeps up. That's why prices are going down during the big price drop event at Spitzer Toyota. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you. TSRP 25,079. VIN TP 493243. Front wheel drive model 1852. $29.99 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10 miles per year. Ends 8/31/26.
Jane is a small business owner. Tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
The Total Solutions Advantage. No one does business like Comcast Business.
The more solutions you add, the more you save. Get started today with a qualifying internet package for as low as $60 a month when you add an advanced solution. Plus, new customers, ask how to get up to $1,500 in prepaid cards when you add 2 lines of mobile to a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offers end 9/13/2026.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Some things take longer than they should. Changing your address, resetting your password, switching banks. Actually, that last one's not true. With Citizens Checking, you can move your payments, bills, and subscriptions all at once with a few taps in our updated mobile app. And you can get paid up to 2 days early. So maybe it's time you take on a simple task and upgrade to a Citizens Checking account. Learn more at citizensbank.com/new checking. Member FDIC.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Live and local, even on the weekends. Let's go! Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Kyle Hurt delivers. Swinging a drive, deep center field. Hernandez back to the wall. There it goes! That's why the Pirates win with O'Neal Cruz. 2-run, game-tying home run in the 8th. We're knotted at 4 in L.A. And the pitch, swinging the ball, hit to left. If it's fair, it's the game. It's fair. The Dodgers win. Tommy Edman with an 0-2 hit, a single to left, and the Dodgers walk off the Pirates in L.A. 5-4 the final tonight.
O'Neal Cruz can be a game changer, but he can't prevent the bullpen from blowing another game, as it's Gregory Soto in the 10th after the Pirates had plenty of opportunities, including in the top half of the 10th inning, didn't cash in, and of course, it's the Dodgers that end up prevailing in extra innings, 5-4 the final. Buccos and Dodgers will do it again. Game 2 at Dodger Stadium is a 7:15 first pitch. North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show coming up with Paul Alexander in 15 minutes. Hello, Paul.
Hello there, Limits.
Good to see you.
Always a pleasure.
It's apparently a monsoon out there right now you were driving through?
Yeah, we're getting the flood warnings and all that other fun stuff. I watched it come in. It was very nice most of the day. I mean, very
it was.
nice. But
sunny early in the morning.
And there's not an ounce of land out there that can handle any more rain right now. So it's going to be another mess.
So we get Jared Jones versus Tarek Skubal tonight. Jones has been rocky as of late.
It's not a good matchup.
Well, anytime you face the Dodgers, is it a good matchup?
Well, the Pirates have not fared poorly against LA. This year has been a little different, but was it last year they were 5-1?
Yeah, I think they swept them on the road.
Yeah. They swept them out there. So the problem is right now, I mean, it's desperation. There is no room for what happened last night.
Yeah.
You have to win these next 2 games to win this series. And just to keep, I don't know if anyone put up the do not resuscitate. I mean, because, they're on life support right now.
Yeah. And you're talking about San Diego winning yesterday. I think it's 6.5 again now.
Correct. Yeah.
If you go into September and the final 30 games approaching, and you're like, where do you need to be on September 1? 4.5 to feel okay? 3.5 I'd feel great.
I'd say 4 or better.
Yeah, back of San Diego, because they're likely going to get that final wild card spot. Arizona's struggling right now. Ketel Marte's up in the air if he's going to play or not. Personal issues. Nobody trusts the Marlins.
No.
The Cardinals, the Pirates could pass them too. I don't believe in them.
When did the Pirates pass the Cardinals?
Other than last year,
I thought
never.
I thought the most frustrating season, the year that they won 98 games.
Oh yeah, they won 100.
They still finished behind the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So that's like one of those inevitabilities, unfortunately.
Well, and you also have this was supposed to be the year of Connor Griffin.
Yeah.
Big contract, win Rookie of the Year, be the guy that ushers in the next generation.
Yeah.
And it's J.J. Weatherholt that's going to win. They're going to be second place in Rookie of the Year behind, another guy in your own division in South Stewart.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
Well, and Ryan O'Hearn, just seeing Triolo in that lineup at shortstop tonight and not Connor Griffin, that is a serious blow to your lineup, both defensively and offensively.
And how about Henry Davis catching and batting ninth? And last night, bases loaded and ground ball double play. He looked at the first 2 pitches that were right there.
Right down the pipe.
Right there. And you know what I did, Paul? I turned the game off.
Yeah.
I didn't even watch the bottom of the 10th. I knew when I woke up and looked at my phone, it was already 1 in the morning. I knew when I woke up that it was going to say 5-4 Dodger victory, and that's what it did.
And, I see that you were at the Steeler game. You saw enough bad sports for the day.
Yes.
I
couldn't put up with more.
The one thing, there's a couple of things I miss when I was full-time sports and covering everything. I will never, ever miss preseason football.
It was ugly.
It's always ugly, and it's meaningless. It's necessary, but the reaction that your show today was based on is meaningless.
Is it, though, in terms of...
it's meaningless. It is absolutely meaningless.
So how do you determine, then, if Will Howard can play or if Drew Aller can play all regular season?
If you think... What have each quarterback's had so far at this
Basically,
level? 35 snaps
game.
each?
Yeah, they've both played like a full half.
Now, I mean, unfortunately, for Aller as a third-round pick, and with the notables being the arm, the size, the speed, the things that you can't teach that he has, we're not going to determine. No one's going to determine that he's done too soon. Unfortunately, for Howard, as a 6th-round pick, and with 4 quarterbacks currently on the roster, you may have told everybody last night that you can't play at this level.
That was my takeaway from it.
But I mean,
so you can take something.
It's so premature.
Oh, it is.
I mean, that's ridiculous. But what I've always known about Howard was he doesn't have the arm.
No,
that's just a fact.
And he gets pretty skirmish under pressure.
No, actually, I mean that's to be determined. We don't know what anyone can do at this level yet because they've had 35 snaps each, maybe.
Yeah, I mean that's just what college told us. Like a lot of people are taking Drew Aller can't win a big game because that's what college told us was the case.
Yeah,
and his footwork isn't good and accuracy underneath.
College gives you a little bit. I mean, all college does is determine whether or not they want to draft you and give you a chance to play at the next level. What you did in college is irrelevant to what you're going to do in the NFL.
People, I agree.
Irrelevant.
But people, they think that since Will Howard won a national championship that it just naturally translates, and it doesn't.
When you get, hopefully, you have a long and wonderful career, you're going to learn not to care what people think. That should not determine what you think.
Yeah.
Who cares what people think?
Yeah.
They don't know what they're talking about. It's so silly. And again, it's all we've seen. So you are going to develop opinions, and you're going to have, strong ones, but they're based on literally nothing.
Well, yeah, they're based on playing guys that are going to be working out of football.
Correct.
Coming up in the next 3 weeks.
Without schemes, without anything on the line, without, good players around you.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not playing with the ones.
We're told McCarthy has this, Rolodex of plays. He's not dishing any of those out of his bag in the preseason. So we're seeing vanilla defenses with vanilla offenses, and it's basically, okay, who can show us something that when you get to that advanced level of play calling, advanced defensive schemes, can actually prove that you belong. And I don't think either of them have proved that yet.
Heavens no.
Not even close.
And just for to put it all in perspective, and I know we're out of time here, Elway, Manning, Marino, I could go on and on. These guys stunk as rookie starters. They were really bad in the NFL. And based on what everyone's saying around here, they should have never been given a chance to play another game in the NFL. Everyone needs to wake up, slow down, let the process happen as best you can.
We can only react to what we've seen so far. And nobody should be calling for, cut Will Howard or cut Drew Aller right now.
No.
You can think, okay, he doesn't have what it takes to be a franchise guy based on the results, but you need a larger sample size. That's just the point of the matter with it.
Yeah. It will play itself out. Things work out the way they're supposed to in general.
We got a minute left. What's on tap for the leadoff show?
We're gonna sell hope. We're gonna sell a little bit of hope.
Are we buying it?
No.
We're gonna sell it.
But you know what? If you're a good salesman, you don't have to really believe in it. You just have to sell it.
You're gonna sell sand in the desert?
I'm gonna sell hope.
Well, Paul, hopefully they can start to turn the tide.
Yeah. If I'm gonna give up a Saturday night, I'm gonna sell some hope.
Sell some hope, as we should.
Absolutely.
It is Jared Jones versus Tarek Skubal. Bring on the salary cap, huh?
Oh, yeah, you get to see Ohtani lead off.
Yeah, which is cool.
That's all fun.
See Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and Teoscar Hernandez, who would bat cleanup in every other lineup, bat 7th tonight.
Yeah. It's an all-star lineup.
And you have the Pirate lineup that has Rafael Flores batting 5th.
And playing first base.
And Jared Triolo and Henry Davis and Nick York in it.
Flores has been the hottest Pirate in a long time.
Yeah, he has. He's on a roll. Hopefully that can continue.
I like him.
Dom, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Austin. Enjoy your Saturday.
Thanks to Mark Cavalli for joining as well. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Paul Alexander is coming up. Pirates and Dodgers right here on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Austin just said it, so I guess I'll say it again. Pirates, Dodgers, 7 o'clock. Jared Jones starts for the Buccos. Tarek Skubal starts for the Dodgers. You can listen to it all right here on the Fan and the Free Odyssey app. Paul Alexander will have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show in less than 5 minutes. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plate. Select models only. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. And stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 8/31/2026.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai and save big during the Getaway Sales Event. New 2026 Hyundai Tucsons and Santa Fe's, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive $3,000 in bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
When the summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick. Backed by 40 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime on materials and labor guaranteed. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spencer Toyota, 2 Minute a Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Hello Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And good evening. I hope that you're safe and the storms around you aren't anything crazy. I don't know what we're going to do with this rain, but Paul Alexander, the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. It is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Pirates come up a little short last night in L.A., game 1 of their 3-game series. They lose in 10 innings last night, and now they have a pretty big hill to climb. Jared Jones, he's a little been kind of up and down, since he's been back and coming back from major arm surgery. The expectation should not have been that high, but he gets after it. He comes after you pretty good. So we know the effort will be there. You know that he's going to battle, but there's 2 things that are really concerning going into this one. One, they're facing a left-handed pitcher. That is not good for the Pirates. It's been really rough for the Pirates all season long, but they're going against one of the best in baseball. Tarik Skubal will be doing the deed tonight. Only 7-7 on the year. He lost his first couple games as he came over from Detroit to the Dodgers, but he seems to be figuring things out pretty well. We'll break down the pitching matchup in a little more depth in a moment or two. We're always concerned about the weather here because we never know what we're going to get, except for if it's August, you're going to get either a drought or a monsoon. Last year was a drought. We were begging for rain at this time last year. This time around, we're just getting drenched. We are getting pounded with rain. It's just been insane. So, standings. That's where we're going to start because it's crucial this time of the year. Look at the standings brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors, PellaPittsburgh.com. The Brewers pretty much where they normally are. Everything's kind of normal for the Brew Crew. 81-49, 7-3 in their last 10, and a very impressive. And I always take a look at this to see what teams are really doing. Plus 163 in terms of run differential. That's pretty impressive. The Cubs, they have not necessarily gone away, but they've cooled a bit. They were kind of getting a little close, breathing down the neck of the Brewers, but they sit comfortably at 74-55. They're 5-5 in their last 10. Plus 99 is their run differential. The Cardinals, this was a rebuild. They're not gangbusters by any stretch, but they're in it. 66-64, 6-4 in their last 10, and they're a plus 9, which is kind of a paltry run differential number, but they're hanging in there. 2 games above 500 and very much in the wild card race. Pirates sit tonight, 63-67, 5-5 in their last 10. 5-5 is not going to get it done. You're 6.5 out of the wild card. You just need to start stacking wins, and that's not what the Pirates have been able to do very much of this year. A couple of 4-game winning streaks, but you saw what the Red Sox did. They were left for dead. They were going to be sellers at the deadline. Everyone was looking over their roster. Who are we going to pick from their roster? Then they win 15 games in a row. The Pirates need to reel off 8 of 10, 10 of 12, something along those lines to stay relevant, to keep their head above water, to stay in this thing. I'm not sure they're capable of that. It doesn't look like tonight's the night to get back on the winning track, but that's what's so great about sports. We have no idea what is actually going to happen. So the Reds at 61-68, 4-6 in their last 10. They're a minus 98, but they're pretty much in the out of it club, along with just a couple of other teams as well. Weather not a factor. The weather in Los Angeles is 93 and sunny. It'll be cooling off as the evening progresses. It'll get down to around 80 degrees by the time this thing is over tonight. And the weather report, when weather disaster strikes, call Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. We talked about the pitching matchup a little bit. Jared Jones, Tarik Skubal. When we come back on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, we're going to break it down and take a look and see where we can find hope for this Pirate performance tonight in Los Angeles against the relatively hot and always tough and always kind of constituted like an all-star team over there in L.A. We'll do that and plenty more right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli here to deliver a big pitch from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Have you heard about their ultra-competitive first position home equity loan rate of 5.25%? That's right, 5.25%. It's been so popular, they've extended the promotion, leaving plenty of time for you to hit a home run for that big project or unexpected expense. Learn the full terms, conditions, and membership eligibility requirements at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, equal housing lender, federally insured by the NCUA.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And welcome back, North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Paul Alexander with you. Take you up to the Pirates portion of their pregame. Remember, first pitch right around 7:15. Tarek Skubal will be doing the honors against Jared Jones. So we'll get you up to the Pirate pregame. That's going to be right around 6:50. First pitch at 7:15. If you think the Pirates have fared pretty well against the Dodgers, they have. Since 2022, 15-14. The only other major league teams with a winning record against the Dodgers during that stretch: Houston, 7-5, smaller sample size; Philadelphia, 17-14, and the Brewers at 17-16. So, the return of O'Neal Cruz has been significant. I felt a little bad the highlights that Austin ran just prior to our little show here. Joe Block. After his 2-run homer, he's homered in 2 of his games back. That's when the Pirates win with O'Neal Cruz in the game. And then the next highlight is, and the Dodgers win it in 10. It's like, yeah, he gives them a chance to win. And really, a couple things just kind of, bother you about this season so far. It's obviously Paul Skeens. If he would have been just Paul Skeens, that's probably a half a dozen more wins. And if somehow Connor Griffin stays healthy, Ryan O'Hearn stays healthy, and Cruz isn't as down as long as he is. But, injuries are part of all sports in general. But it's the kind of season that makes you look back instead of forward, because you don't like where you're sitting right now. The odds are not good for the Pirates, making the postseason. Right now, you're not even sure they're going to finish above 500, which is still almost parade-worthy in these parts, considering how few times they've been able to do that. But it makes you look back. Had they made some moves, to bolster the bullpen a little sooner, maybe that's 4 or 5 more wins. So many of those games were lost in the late innings with bad bullpen. And, maybe some decisions by Donnie Kelly could have improved the record a little bit. But, he's a first-year full-time manager, first full year. Those things are going to happen as well. But, what we have to do right now is look ahead and, again, trying to sell a little bit of hope. And I'm struggling with this one because, one, the Pirates have struggled mightily against left-handed pitching all season long. And this is just not an ordinary left-handed pitcher. It is Tarek Skubal, for heaven's sake. So our pitching matchup today, and the pitching matchup, who's got the ball? Brought to you by Joe Ball GMC. You can have it all at Joe Ball. Jared Jones, 2-5 in this season so far. And again, the first season back after not necessarily Tommy John, but tendon surgery in his pitching arm. That's significant surgery. He sits at 2-5, a 4.78 ERA. He's worked 64 innings. He struck out 72. That's pretty impressive. And the whip is pretty solid at 1.20. That is not bad at all. Overall for his career, this guy's a young buck. 8-13. 4.36 ERA, 185 big league innings. That's it. That's all he's been around for. 204 strikeouts. So, again, impressive. The swing and miss and the strikeout numbers have always been good with Jones. He's impressive in that regard. And his career whip so far is a 1.20. So, pretty consistent there. Now, Skubal on this season, of course, started with Detroit. 7-7 with a 2.85 ERA. Just 113 2/3 innings of work. 135 strikeouts. That's a ratio that's a little more impressive than most, and a .96 whip. He doesn't mess around with base runners. He doesn't walk people. I mean, that's I think one of the more problematic things. We watched Bob Chandler's trouble with that. Jones struggles a little bit now. Skeens, the command not there for him. Throw strikes, guys. You can't serve up meatballs. Totally get that. Totally understand that. But at the same time, leadoff walks. And Skeens the other night, his last start, he walked the first 2 batters of the ballgame. I can't think, maybe giving up a home run is bad, but walking people just doesn't sit well with me, never has. So there's the pitching matchup brought to you by Joe Ball. So why don't we take a look at the starting lineups? Those lineups are presented by Central Outreach Wellness Center. Cure your Hep C. No insurance necessary for care. So the Pirates will be leading off with Nicky G. Nick Gonzalez will play second and bat first. Valdez moves up to the 2-hole, playing right field tonight. Still sitting on those 14 home runs, man. They came in a hurry. They came in bunches. They were, when are they going to sign this guy? They need to extend him. We have to understand, baseball is a true marathon. It is not a sprint. And once they get tape on you and they figure out the pitches that you can't handle, the pitches that you don't like to hit, well, that's all you're going to see. He came out, very, very little known, very little tape on him, and he was gangbusters. And that was right when the Pirates really suffered through a lot of those injuries, and the magician was Magic. He truly was. But unfortunately, the league adjusts to you, and now it's up to him to adjust back to the league. And I believe he will. But right now, it's just been a little bit of a rough patch for Esmeralda Valdez, the magician. He will bat second and play right. DHing tonight is Brian Reynolds with 15 bombs on the year. Cruz, who came back ready to play. I don't think there's any question about that. And I don't think there's any question about the fact if he would have stayed healthy, I know that's a big if, but he would have at least been, I think, an easy 30-30 guy, 30 home runs and 30 steals. I think that would have been a given. He comes in with 16 home runs, has 2 since he's been back, and I think that he just looks like he's, whatever his rehab was, I know that, it's a difficult injury to come back from. Your hand is a big part of what you do in hitting and playing baseball, but he looks like he is ready to be a superstar, and he will play center field and bat cleanup. Flores, interesting case, Ryan Flores Jr. He's going to play first tonight. This guy has position flexibility, and you got to love that. Already with 6 home runs does Flores have, Flores Jr., and he will bat fifth. Mangum, who, you can stick him anywhere. He's going to have a couple bunt base hits, maybe steal a bag, make a couple defensive plays. Every time you watch him play this guy, you just go, that guy's a baseball player. That's what he does. He's a baseball player. He'll be in left tonight. York will be at third, and Triolo will be at short. Now, they're better defensively with Gonzalez at second than having him at third. And York, I think, a little bit of an improvement at third base defensively. But Triolo at short, he's a really good third baseman. He's average shortstop. So that's not ideal, and Davis will be behind the dish. And again, I don't know how much longer this guy can hang around in the league when he can't even hit, like $170. I mean, that's a shame because he made himself a really good defensive catcher, and you're hoping this guy was going to find a way to, they drafted his bat. I mean, when he was drafted 1-1 by the Pirates, they loved his bat. They loved the way this guy could hit. They thought he could be a decent catcher, but they knew he could hit. Well, turns out he's a great defensive catcher right now, and now no one's sure if this guy will ever hit at this level. He'll go back to AAA maybe and tear it up, but you never know if he's going to hit at the major league level. You just don't. Okay, over on the Dodger side, the homestanding Dodgers, Ohtani will DH and lead off. 30 bombs already. I mean, this lineup, it's ridiculous. Freeman will play first and bat second. Mookie Betts will be at short, batting third. It'll be Muncy at third with his 26 bombs. Edman will play second. Tucker in right. Hernandez in left. Thomas will be in center. And Bortvet will be doing the catching for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And the situation is pretty dire for the Bucs. They have to find a way to not only squeeze out a couple before they leave Los Angeles, then it's on to San Diego. The Padres, again, everyone was going to steal their closer because they were going to be sellers. No, they got hot, and they're in it. And right now, they're a big problem for the Pirates. They're kind of in their way. So the fact that they have 3 in San Diego after they leave L.A. on Sunday, that's kind of nice because head-to-head is where you have to go. You might not get that opportunity. And then they, of course, have to deal with the Cardinals as well. So those are opportunities. If the Pirates somehow, some way can get hot, I mean, right here and right now, and I mean hot, I mean reeling off wins, finding a way It's to win. And when I did the pre and post game shows on Thursday, or was it Wednesday? Yeah, it was Wednesday. It was the day game. I was still just blown away at that point, at that juncture in time. They were leading all of baseball in hits. They were third in all of baseball in runs scored. They're already, 50 plus or 40 plus home runs over last year's total of 117 home runs. That's all they hit all of last year. And we were all saying at this time last year, if they just find a couple of bats, these guys are going to be unbelievable. Well, they did find some bats, but unfortunately, the pitching and namely Paul Skeens and the bullpen, they didn't really answer the call. They didn't answer the call. And what a night this is going to be for Jared Jones. He was the LA Times Baseball Player of the Year as a junior at La Mirada High School in 2019. And it's his first career start in Dodger Stadium. And if you're a baseball guy, if you're one of those people, baseball girl, baseball person, believe me, you can be just a baseball fan is what I'm getting at. You need to get to Chavez Ravine. You need to make it out there. Not only to just say that you've been there, but to experience it. It's a very special place. And imagine the friends and family out there for Jared Jones tonight. Rafael Flores Jr. is a 2018 graduate of Catella High School, played collegiately at both Cypress College and Rio Hondo College. And Jacob Gonzalez, not to be confused with Nicky G, graduated from Glendora High School in 2020. So there's not any doubt about the fact that a lot of these guys really just want to play well, want to get back into this race somehow, some way. But what a time to be a big league baseball player and making your first career start. I wonder what that first pitch. I guarantee, Jones is going to rear back with a four-seamer, and I just wonder what that's going to hit on the gun because he can get triple digits. He cranks it up pretty good, and I can't even imagine what the adrenaline rush will be for Jared Jones tonight, getting his first career start in L.A., where as a junior, the Los Angeles Times Player of the Year. That's a pretty big deal. This guy. He's a tiger, man. He is. He's a bulldog. He gets after it, and I know he's going to compete tonight. But unfortunately, what the bats do for the Pirates against left-handers is not good, and it's not just any left-hander. It's Skubal. So I promised Austin, and I was going to try and sell some hope. There's still hope. There is. There's. Until you're mathematically eliminated, until you're done, you got to keep fighting the good fight. And I think that the Pirates will do that. I've known Don Kelly for a very long time. And I know people have been very, baseball's funny. If you take a pitcher out who's pitching pretty well and the bullpen kind of melts down, the manager's an idiot. If you keep the starting pitcher in who's pitching well, and then he gets clobbered in the eighth inning, why did they leave him in there? I mean, you can't win. And it's never put on the players that don't do what they're supposed to do. When you bring in a bullpen arm, they are supposed to get people out. But what fans do, they blame the manager for bringing the guy in that couldn't get someone out. So I know Donnie has done some questionable things, and that's, okay, because if you don't do some things from your gut, there's no reason even to be there. And I don't know. The one thing I don't know, and I would like to pry a little bit, but I don't think I'm going to get many answers. I would like to know how much the analytics crew, which is, and it's been well documented that, that Cherington was given a chunk of change, and instead of investing in players, he invested in more analytics. So I know that there's a lot of pressure on Donnie. Instead of like being a Jim Leyland type manager where, Jim Leyland knew the analytics, he knew the splits, he knew had success. I mean, everyone has all this information, but if you don't manage from your gut, why are you even there? Just let AI do it. Just let a computer do it. But I'm not saying that Donnie Kelly has been perfect by any stretch of but it was, I think, very obvious very early on that the bullpen was struggling. The bullpen had some issues. And they just kept running out the same guys, expecting, the true definition of insanity. Just keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. Just keep eating the same food, drinking the same beer, doing the same stuff, and expect you're going to lose weight. Good luck with that. You better change some habits and change some things. But the point being is the Pirates have to get themselves on a hot streak, and this is a tough ask tonight against Tarik Skubal, but they will have a go at it. When we come back, we're going to take a look at what's at stake, keys to the game, and I'll have a prediction as to who is going to be locked in this one tonight. It's kind of too easy to go with O'Neal Cruz because he's been locked in since he's been back, but I'll let you know who I think for the Bucs tonight is going to be locked in. All that and plenty more as we continue on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Hep C Cure Squad is here for your protection. Cause if you are uncertain, my suggestion is get tested. The time is now. Find your nearest local clinic. What's exquisite? If it's hard for you to travel, they do home visits. You're not alone. Listen, they're here to help. You deserve to focus on your future well-being and health. This next line is tremendously important. You don't have to pay a dime, a single cent, or need insurance. Doc Hep C, I speak, screaming, yell it loudly. Don't you ever doubt me. Come and get your cure from Central Outreach.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc? We need to talk about the lights. Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes. A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes. You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-854-4040. That's 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Bob Alexander with you on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dom DiTommaso behind the glass, doing a marathon himself today. He's been here all day. I was listening to the Bob Pompiani show. I was listening to the Austin Bechtold show. And you'll be with me for postgame as well, correct? You're the Iron Man.
Yeah, I will be with you.
You're the Iron Man.
I am. I am the Iron Man.
How you holding up? You okay?
No, I'm doing good. I got a sandwich in the back that once the game starts, I'll enjoy a nice sandwich.
There you
go. Yeah, this is great. The weather outside stinks. So
it's really been a mess. I feel bad for anyone that has anything that involves outdoor anything. God bless you, man. Just hang in there. Okay, why don't we get moving with what's at stake? That's brought to you by the North Shore Tavern, home of Steak on a Stone. If you have not experienced that, what are you waiting for? That place rocks. That food is unbelievable. Mike is a gentleman and a scholar, and that place is just amazing. So what's at stake? How about your whole season? I would think that Ben Cherington has to be thinking maybe his job might be a little bit on the line. I mean, promising playoffs, that was kind of the battle cry before the season. And it's a shame because he did his best work in this offseason. Lau, O'Hearn. Everything has worked except for the guys that were already here didn't really live up to what they were supposed to do. And, that's one thing, even back to Neil Huntington and Cherington. They have put together on the regular pretty good bullpens. So the one year they get a pretty, top 5 offense in all of baseball. The Pirates are that. I know that's hard to hear. It's hard for me to say. The Pirates are a legitimate top 5 offense in Major League Baseball, and yet their starting pitching has been, You think about how Keller met it down. He is now done for the year. Majinski, really upset about being moved to the bullpen. Then he gets a chance to start. Skeens, Rookie of the Year, Cy Young Award winner. His ERA's gone up and his velocity's gone down. If you're a pitcher, you know what you don't want to ever have happen? Your ERA go up while your velocity's going down. That's what's going on with him. So I don't know how you put that on Cherington, but when you have a lot of subpar seasons build up, and then the season with promise kind of, hits this kind of snag that it's hit right now, I don't know how that's going to be handled, from the Pirates. But that's there's so much at stake. And I know it's really not for you diehard Pirate fans out there, and I love you because, growing up in the 70s like I did, I got to I witnessed 2 World Series at the height of my fandom, 71 and 79. I was baseball crazy, and they won a couple of World Series for me. I mean, I just feel, I feel your pain. I do. I understand, but they have to figure something out here. They just do. And 500 seasons, while I don't want to really, jump up and down for mediocrity, but it's an accomplishment for this franchise. So I really think a lot of you would be like, at least we finished over 500. I mean, that's a consolation for this franchise. And I don't buy into that. I never bought into it with the non-losing with that other team in town. I don't buy into that. You need to build for championships. You need to build to contend. And the one thing I loved about Skeens when he came in, I goes, "You're still talking about a wild card game, and that was the height of your powers, a wild card game. That's the high level mark." Well, Paul, yeah, it is. And you're seeing now how hard it is to even achieve that, right? Right. Okay. So what's at stake is the entirety of the season. I mean, you got to get over 500 and see what the other teams ahead of you in the wild card do. Just start finding ways to win games and then see what everyone else does. And some of those wins are going to come against San Diego and then St. Louis. So that's a double-edged sword. Those are you're going to pick up a game and they're going to lose a game. When you go head-to-head, you can make a lot of progress in your race to trying to get that third wild card. So that's what's at stake. Keys to the game today, you got to solve, Skubal. Now, I'm not sure you really want to get to the Dodger bullpen, but you don't want a whole night of him because he's left-handed and he's really good. So that is certainly one of the keys. O'Neal Cruz, he needs to stay hot. And again, before I pick my locked-in player, keep in mind, Brian Reynolds, 2 for 4 with a double and a hit by pitch and a run scored on Friday. He's now hit safely in 6 consecutive games against Los Angeles, dating back to last year. 9 for 24 with 2 doubles, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs, and he's been hit a lot. They don't like when he hits them, so they hit him. That's kind of the way baseball used to work back in the day. He's hitting the pitching, so then they're going to hit him. But anyway, I still haven't picked my locked-in player, but Mr. Reynolds is a DH tonight. That's interesting. But right now, the hot bat, I think, is, O'Neal Cruz. He's been hot since he's been back. And another thing I want to point out about Nicky G, he now has 50 multi-hit games. That's the most in the major leagues. His .311 batting average is third best in Major League Baseball. So Nicky G is he just shows up with a bat in his hands and he hits. He makes you a little crazy at third. He doesn't bother me nearly as bad at second. But the guy's going to show up and hit in each and every game, and that's exactly what he's been doing. So those are some of the guys I'm thinking about of my locked-in guys. But the keys are, you got to be selective with Skubal. You got to get, you got to manufacture runs. And Jones obviously has to get off to a good start and just keep this all-star lineup. You got to keep it in check. You got to, at the very least, a quality start. I don't know how many, we don't know what his pitch count is. That's the other thing. All of these Pirate pitchers are on such small pitch counts that, and you were doing that while your bullpen was struggling and you're getting these guys out of the game after 5 innings, 4.5 innings. What are we doing? Anyway, so that's another key of the game is, Jones has to get a little more efficient. Everyone has to be, Braxton should be doing clinics on how to be an effective pitcher. He goes complete game with 85, 8 innings with 80. Chandler, Skeens, Jones, they can't get through 4 innings in 80 pitches. Ashcraft, he's a complete game at 85. He's 8 innings at 80. I mean, that's a master class on pitching efficiency. So he needs to be efficient. He needs to get quality outs. They have to play good defensive behind him and manufacture runs somehow, some way against one of the best left-handers in the game. That's a big ask, but that's important. So I will have keys and my locked-in player. We'll tell you who has the call of the game, and we'll let you know where you can hang out after the game. And we'll have all that for you straight ahead right here on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Beer lovers, Hampton Beer Outlet is celebrating their 6th anniversary this week. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet for great anniversary specials like Michelob Ultra 30 packs, just $27.99. Yingling Lager 24 packs, just $18.99. And for you pumpkin beer lovers, Blockhouse Pumpkin Ale 15 packs, just $17.99. Celebrating the Hampton Beer Outlet's 6th anniversary. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is pretty much booked for the remainder of the summer, and they have just a few slots available this fall. So here I am again to ask, can your long overdue masonry project really withstand another Pittsburgh polar vortex? Take a look up at your chimney, or better yet, get Precision Pointing out to your home to professionally assess. They guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Special discounts for vets, seniors, and first responders. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net. Procrastinating ends with a call to Precision Pointing.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Robert Pearson Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pearson Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pearson Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you. Our final segment before we turn it over to the Pirate Baseball Network. Pirates Dodgers tonight, game 2 of their 3-game set. They lost in 10 innings last night by a run against the Dodgers. That was a late one, but I wanted to mention, in case you missed it, that was pretty late. Mason Montgomery struck out Ohtani, Freddie Freeman in a perfect 9th inning last night. And since June 29th, I mean, this guy's filthy, man. There's something about, to me, left-handed closers that are cool, and I think Montgomery's cool. A .92 ERA with 40 strikeouts since June 29th. He's been filthy. get the man a lead. He'll close it out for you. That is big time stuff. Also, when I had mentioned Nikki G leading all of baseball with multi-hit games with 50, the most recently was Kutch. He had 60, and that was in 2013. And you know what he did in 2013? He was the National League MVP. So I'm not suggesting that Nikki G's, cruising toward an MVP type season, but it's pretty cool, man. The kid can hit, okay? Pirates also managed to strike out 14 Dodgers last night. And they right now have 8 games with 14 or more strikeouts. So some parts of the pitching has been impressive and some parts of the pitching has been good. But unfortunately, with games on the line when they need to get outs to get wins, they could have been better. I don't think there's any question about that. And Nikki G, with that .311 average, third in Major League Baseball in terms of average. They've just come down. I don't know. I think again, we're talking about analytics now. It's more about slugging than average. I mean, they even put OPS up. I think a lot of teams have gone to when, the TV stats that are put up, they put up OPS. They don't put up batting average. So I guess batting average doesn't matter anymore. It's crazy how things change. There's no time. There's no wiggle room right now. The Pirates have to find a way to pick up a couple of victories in every series. I mean, you have to win every series and maybe get a couple of sweeps. If you still entertain the notion of being a wild card team, you still have to, one, get yourself above 500. You're not going to get a sniff if you're not there. Make that happen first, and then just keep seeing what happens in front of you and keep trying to win games. And I know they are. It's not for lack of effort, certainly. One thing I didn't mention, the injuries, and I have to do that because it's important. It's presented by Robert Pearson Associates, Pittsburgh's premier personal injury attorneys. Connor Griffin would sure look good at shortstop tonight, wouldn't he? But September 4th, he can come off the injured list. And from what I understand, he may be a little bit ahead of schedule. And Ryan O'Hearn, who would also be a welcome sight in that Bucco lineup, he's resumed baseball activities. So I haven't seen the latest in terms of when they hope to have him back, but that would be a nice addition to this roster and to this lineup, getting him back healthy and back in a ball game. Our call of the game presented by Pennsylvania One Call System. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig. Call before you dig. Call of the game tonight will be Joe Block and John Wehner, The Rock. That's always fun. He always gives a nice little clinic or two on hitting. And the guy was a hitting coach for a while in the minors. So when he's talking about hitting, give that a lesson. Brandon Lau, by the way, with 27 home runs, ranking up there with first year as a Pirate with number of home runs. Brian Giles had 39 in 1999. I remember Brian Giles told me, that's when I met him in 1999. He said that Pittsburgh was a hard town to hit in because he couldn't get tan. And Brian Giles believed that he could not hit well without a suntan. And he said Pittsburgh made it difficult because there wasn't enough sun. But he had 39 in 1999. And Reggie Sanders, one of the best-dressed ball players I've ever seen, he had 31 in 2003. Man, he was dressed to the nines each and every day, man. I mean, this guy, he brought it. No question about that. So, Pirates and Dodgers, it's Jared Jones, Tarik Skubal. First pitch will come your way right around 7:15. I think most Major League ball clubs and franchises really take a great deal of pride. When they say first pitch is at 7:15, they do their darn best to get all their ceremonial first pitches out of the way, get everything done. They dot all the T's, cross all the I's, and then when that umpire goes play ball, that should be 7:15 when our man Tarik Skubal throws that first pitch. So we will have the Og Murphy and Perkoski fan reaction show. That'll happen immediately after the game. We'll have The Rock. John Wehner will join us after the game. We always break it down with the analysts after the game. I look forward to my conversation with The Rock after that. And dare to dream, folks. Dare to have hope. They've remained at least in it to a degree this far. And let's just hope they didn't come this far just to go this far. Again, our thanks to Dom D. Tommaso, one of Syracuse's finest And he's an absolute treat on Twitter. If you don't follow him, please make it a priority. Get to follow him and have some fun with him because, you never know what his next hot take is going to be. And I take a shot at him now and again. And other times I just absolutely love what he has to say. But I'm sure he'll be tweeting probably during the game. Maybe we both will. It should be a whole lot of fun. We're going to get out of the way for the Pirate portion of their pregame show. Again, enjoy the ball game. And please come in and enjoy our postgame show immediately after. I'm Paul Alexander saying, enjoy the game, everybody.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of